kind of materials I have around me. For instance now, okay, it's there behind you, so you can, yes, after I will show it to you. It's something I use, a plant that comes out in ball like this. So I use that kind of plant now. I paint it and I use it and I name it as COVID-19. I would like to advise the government, because anyway, almost everything on earth, people will say government should do something, government should do very well. But would I go to encourage artists and help us appreciate the work of art we do? Anytime they have anything to do with illustration or like kind of needing to inform people about something, we would like them to encourage us artists, to involve us artists to do those kind of things for them, instead of them going outside getting those kind of illustration, billboard around, whatever, where there are artists around. So we like government to encourage us, like they do release fund for agriculture, they release fund for education, they should release fund for visual artists too. They should do that. Yes, government should do that. We also like people to appreciate our work. People should not just sit and say, oh, drawing. Drawing is a way of life. And art is not only drawing. Like you're standing there, you're wearing a hat, a cloth, a long trouser, it's art. You combine things on you to make you to beautify yourself, isn't it? So that is art. Art is a way of life. COVID-19 have affected the patronage very, very well. Yes, it has. But that is not withstanding, that is not stopping us from doing what we're doing, because it is not only foreigners that patronize our paintings. It's not only foreigners. So we are doing what we do, and then, painting, it is something you can do and keep. With time, those foreigners will come. You are a client, you say, I want so thing to be painted. From there, I, as an artist, I will now see and I'll sit down and think of what it is you want. First, if I like, I can make sketch on paper. Then I will now move on. Possibly it is a design you want. You mention the size of the design you want. Then I prepare my canvas. The process in preparing canvas, you need your easel, like what you see here is the easel stand, and then you need canvas, like I told you, this is it. You need, this is a white cloth that we use on it. Then you use emulsion paint to coat it several times so that it will be hard. Then you now use your oil color. If it is oil color, you use, or acrylic color. You have so many media.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
The yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these. We'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially, what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements. And they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and it will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and saved from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about...
Why?
We've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well.
Armed robbery. In a statement issued on Thursday by his Chief Press Secretary, Nwachukwu, the governor said the move followed intelligence reports linking some of the vehicles to criminal syndicate. The directive, which was issued on Wednesday night, gives all commercial bus operators in the state 72 hours to remove tinted windows or face legal action. And in Lagos, the state government has revealed that over 135,000 residents are currently living with the human immunodeficiency virus HIV, highlighting the ongoing public health challenge in Nigeria's most populous state. The State Commissioner for Health, Akin Abayomi, disclosed this on Wednesday during a media briefing to mark the second anniversary of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's second term in office. And the Central Bank of Nigeria has approved the request of 2025 Intelligent pilgrims to be granted cash transactions for the holy pilgrimage to Mecca. This followed the intervention of Vice President Kashim Shettima, who appealed to President Bola Tinubu on behalf of the over 40,000 pilgrims through the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria on Thursday. NACON's Commissioner for Policy, Personnel Management and Finance, Aliyu Abdulrazak, who disclosed this while speaking with newsmen after meeting with the Vice President at the State House Abuja, confirmed that the CBN granted Nigerian pilgrims the opportunity of cash transactions for 2025 Hajj. And on business, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, has assured investors that Nigeria remains a safe destination for investment. Edun gave the assurance at the Nigeria Investment Forum during the ongoing World Bank IMF meetings in Washington, D.C. He noted that the Nigerian government is working to ensure fiscal stability in the country. And on the foreign scene, the Democratic Republic of Congo's government and the M23 group has issued a landmark joint statement saying that they have agreed to halt fighting in the east of the country while they work towards a joint truce. The surprise announcement follows talks mediated by Qatar. The two sides said they had agreed to work towards the conclusion of a truce in the conflict, which has seen the M23 seize key cities in the violence-battered region. And on sport, transgender women have been banned from the female category of Ultimate Pool Group event following last week's UK Supreme Court ruling. Trans woman Harriet Ains is suing the English Black Ball Pool Federation after it changed its rules to ban trans women from its female category. And those are the stories making the rounds from our newsroom at this time. We'll update you at 6 p.m.
Cut. All right. What's your name again? Kemi? Yes, sir. Good. Are you ready for us for next week?
Yes, sir.
Next.
No, sir. No.
What? Look, what we need here is one who can speak fluent English. Give her a chance.
I need a angel to hold me. Hold me, my beautiful angel.
Cut! It is Angel, not Angel. Please, I'm done with you. Excuse us. Kemi was far better.
It's not about our rendition. It's not about our performance here. By the time she and her friends join us in our hotel rooms, you will know how far.
Can I have her phone?
She has a robust profile.
Real robust profile. I do not undercut professional ethics. It is an act of corruption. Not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Hello people and welcome to another electrifying episode. TV360 is back with more exciting content than ever before, and I am your host Queen, bringing the latest in the world of entertainment, movies, fashion, food, culture, anything you can think of, I got you covered. So now before we go into what we have today, let's take the latest news in the world of entertainment. First on the list, we have the grand finale of Priscilla Ojo and Jumak's wedding. Is like the official countdown to their wedding, their Nigerian wedding. And if you've been following their love story so far, you've noticed like they've been posting back to back. They've had their Nikah wedding, they've had their civil wedding, and now they're about to have their major wedding. That was like the grand finale of like everything. And 2 months ago, the couple actually sealed their wedding in a beautiful Nikah ceremony and an intimate civil wedding. Now the grand finale wedding is coming on the 17th of April, and like everyone is just into it. It's like they are giving us back to back, because I think she has like 5 pre-wedding outfit looks, and trust me, I think I've never seen what today has itself, but like we've been seeing interesting, beautiful costumes and outfits from this couple, and like I can't personally wait. Like I'm really happy for Priscilla Ojo, and I'm happy for her husband. I wish them all the best. So next on the list we have Davido. Davido has finally announced his white wedding date with Chioma. So the Nigerian superstar Davido has officially revealed his plans for his white wedding with his wife Chioma, and is set to hold in Miami in this August. Remember last year, like we had like another lavish wedding of like their traditional wedding. Like it was like a holiday in Nigeria. It was really amazing. So speaking during an interview on the Breakfast Club, Davido compared Nigerian wedding customs to those in the United States, noting how family dynamics have officially played like a significant role in the African unions. And the singer, who previously held his lavish traditional wedding in Nigeria, shared their updates while reflecting on the cultural differences and the intense public attention surrounding their relationship. So I'm really happy, and I can't wait for another holiday again in Nigeria, because in Davido, our Davido is getting married. So last on the list, we have the Billboard names Nicki Minaj, the greatest female rapper of all time. And trust me, I've been like a Nicki Minaj fan like since I was a child, and I've literally gone through all her music and everything. She's the best. For me, she's the best. So the Billboard has released its staff list of the 25 greatest female rappers of all time, which had featured iconic female MCs across the 4 decades of American hip hop. Despite breaking into the mainstream barely 1 year ago, we have another Grammy winner, that's Dioche, which made it to this 24th position on the list. I'm really, really happy for her. Like, she just came into the world of music and she's already doing well. I also have Grammy winner, that's Cardi B, ranked the top, I think, 11 on the list, and that's just it. And I'm just happy that female rappers are actually doing so well in the industry. Like, go women, we got it. Anywhere, anyhow, we are there. So that's it for the entertainment news. So today we'll be diving into the world of music and entertainment industry. So sit back and relax. Let's explore the magic in the silver screen together. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back, guys. So here with me in the studio is Wavy Vibes. He's a hype man, MC, and event planner with 5 years in the entertainment industry. He has acquired a wealth of experience over the years working with leisure entertainment juggernauts such as Sound City, Landmark Africa, and many more. With an educational background in the business administration from Lagos State Polytechnic, Wavy Vibes' career so far in the entertainment industry has been one driven by resilience, passion, and the desire to give people premium quality experience in the entertainment field. Wavy Vibes currently champions a new generation of hype entertainment through brands Wavy Vibes Creation and Wavy House. Here with me in the studio is Wavy Vibes. Hello. Hi. Oh, it's my pleasure. I'm really, really happy to meet you finally.
Yeah, same here too.
Okay.
Really happy to be here too.
Yeah. How's everything been?
Yeah, it's been great.
The hustle.
Great. Yeah.
It's good. Okay. So now let's talk about what I know. Like, you do 3 different things. You're an event planner, MC, and hype man. So let's talk about you hyping. How did you come about it? And was it a planned thing, or is something like you just got into?
For the hype, I feel like it's just something natural that came.
Okay.
So I feel it's just something that was being gifted by a natural talent.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's very comfortable doing that.
Oh, okay. So how did you get into hyping? Like, you just, or let's just say, when did you discover you can actually get into this particular field?
I would say like 2 or 3 years
ago.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
like, because I know then it wasn't like a thing, but now it is.
Yeah, so let me just say like some little story about that. Like,
okay, just tell us.
Yeah, I have a few of my friends. His name is Toby Onobajo.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are very close. We love partying when we're in school and all that. So then I was like, bro, man, I like this music and hype stuff when we used to be in university and all that. I said, it's something we can also try, and let's see how we can start doing something like this. So there was a day that when he told me that there was a party coming up.
Okay.
Like his family, they are throwing up a party in December, which is called Record 27.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that was when I started up this hyping stuff. Like, then I was like, okay, let me try this. Then immediately I fall into the occasion and the events. I was like, okay, let's do this.
Okay.
It was awesome. I had everybody screaming like, wow.
Oh, nice.
It was a great experience though. It was a great experience.
Okay, now that's like bringing me to like my next question. Like, your first experience, how was it like? Good? Were you nervous? Were you scared? Did you not believe in yourself, like you could do this and all like that? Just tell me about it.
Yeah, not really. I won't say I'm pressured or something, because I feel it's just being natural.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it's bring by the Most High. Yeah, so I feel very comfortable with that.
Doing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So, what inspired you?
Yeah, I'll say what inspired me is just being natural. Like, it's just me. It's part of me. And I will still say big shout out to my mentor, people I look forward to, like Shaya Banks and Active Boy of Lagos.
Yeah, we all know them.
Yeah.
So like there's no do you have like a particular style in your hyping and everything?
Yeah, I do. I do have a I would say Afro hype.
Okay.
That's what I do.
Oh,
yeah,
that's good.
Afro hype.
Okay, so now what's the craziest event or party you've ever been to, and like how was your performance like?
Yeah, I keep it 100.
Oh, the energy is top.
Yeah,
top
unlimited.
Okay.
It's all zero gravity.
Oh, I like that. I like that. I love that.
Yeah, because it's always a vibe whenever I come on stage.
Okay, yeah. That's good. So now we know like Lagos nightlife is wild, and how do you keep up the energy all night? We know like in this Lagos there's usually like party every night. We have Monday parties, we have Tuesdays, every time of the day. So like how do you keep up the life and moving maybe from one place to another, like the hustle and all?
Yeah, I won't say it's difficult for me because I have the whole team around me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
so you have like a team.
Yeah, shout out to Vibes House, shout out to Cash Cody, YM, Kiba.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
so
good.
those are my guys. So they always get me home like, Wavy, let's go, let's do it, let's get active. Yeah,
I love that. I love that. So do you have like a signature hype like line or something like, you know, like a signature word? For example, we know if we hear something like a slang of Davido, we know that, oh, that's Davido. We know like there's a slang of Verma. We know like each or one of them have like a particular signature style or line. Do you have like one?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay.
Definitely.
What's that?
I have so many.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So let me just give you this. Like people knows me like Active and Akara Senior Burger. Big shout out to Jagu.
Okay.
We are live. Yeah, we are live.
That's good. That's good. So are there any major artists or DJs you've worked with, and what has your experience been with them?
Yeah, it has been good. And I love working with DJs that understand my tempo, my kind of vibe, the kind of music which I flow with, because yeah, I love Afro house music.
And the tempo is very important.
Yeah, I also love Afrobeat and I'm a piano.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm a piano. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
So is that the most remarkable day like of your life? The day you came on stage and maybe you were doing your job and like everyone was just hailing you, like any most important day that you can never forget? Would you like to share your experience with us?
Okay, yeah.
What event
like
was
so
that?
many. Is that?
What event was that?
Oh, it was sorry, that was LOL.
Okay.
That was Laugh Out Loud. It's like I had the opportunity to meet artists like Arasta.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah, so it was we are both on the same room, whereby we were just talking about music and hype and all that. So it was great sharing the same room with her. So it was fun. I love Arasta, so I'm a fan of Arasta.
Okay, that's good. So is that the DJ you look forward to with, like working with?
Yeah, for the DJ I really want to work with. Yeah, there's so many.
Okay, just tell us like few.
I'll say like DJ Tunes.
Okay,
yeah, and DJ Dimple.
Okay.
And, DJ Deeps of Sound City and DJ Monty K. Yeah, those are my DJs. I love the vibe. Anytime I'm outside, I love listening to the tracks, the mix and all that.
That's nice. Okay, so can you tell me? I know like everything has been. We won't say we've not had challenges so far. So like, can you just share like one of your experience, like your biggest challenge so far in the hyping thing in Nigeria or in Lagos? I would say.
Okay, my biggest challenge is whenever I'm actually on activation is like there was one event I went to when I was hyping. I was doing my thing along the road, like I can't even hear my voice anymore.
Oh, like the mic went off?
The mic went off. I was like, what's going on?
Okay.
What's up, the sound engineer? Can you please fix this up?
Yeah,
but eventually, do you know what I just did? I had to say, okay, fuck this mic. I had to go with my normal vocals.
How was it?
I was just doing it because I love what I'm doing.
Okay.
So
the crowd followed.
Everybody was like, yeah, I was dancing along that vibe at that moment, because everybody was like, oh, this guy is good. This guy, I love your energy. You'll be going out for like 5 hours plus. Like, what do you take? I said, no, this is just me. This is me naturally, yeah.
Oh, that's good, because I know like this, and you need like a lot of energy to keep up with the vibes and everything, and bring everybody to your level. That's another thing, because you may be in a party and you're not just feeling anything and all. So let's just say, have you ever had like a moment or in the stage like the crowd did not just feel your energy, or maybe you were trying to do what you know how to do best, but they were not just feeling you? Was there like a point in your life like you had something like that?
I don't think so. Like
it has been rosy for you.
And it has been great. Like it has been fun on stage. Anytime I get to the stage, I know wavy vibes. Wavy vibes is active. Whenever wavy vibes is active, everybody wants to get active.
Okay.
Yeah, it's always like 100 and 100.
Oh.
Yeah.
So like, how will you describe your relationship with your crowd and like your fans and everything? Has it always been good, 100 and all? You've never had like a dull moment?
Yeah, because I understand the business. You need to get close to your audience.
Yes. Yeah, that's another thing.
You need to put them on.
Exactly.
Let them be on the same velocity with you.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's a vibe already, and this is wavy vibes.
Okay, so you have to do what you know how to do best.
Yeah.
That's good. So let's just talk about something. Have you ever lost your voice, like, at any point?
Yeah.
Maybe at the point you were screaming, I'm like, yeah, I'm not here myself.
Yeah, that's
we want to share your experience.
Yeah, that happens like almost like every gigs on like that. But I do manage it because I have my people
around here
that are in charge of taking care of me. Because I have Loba. She always wants to like, what's up? Please go and get your water, get your green teas and all that. Okay. So you should just take care of your stuff. Like, yes, because you have another gig, because you need this money. Let's get this booking coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is there any like major misconceptions about hype men that you know?
Yeah, because I feel like people used to feel like hype men were just rouse people back then, but now you can see the movement, you can see the culture now. You see the likes of Axie Boy, Shopsy Doo, Mates is a banker, so also doing hype, you understand? So they really inspire me a lot. We can do this, we can spread this this culture out of this Africa to get. So it's a movement.
Yeah, yes. I really like it. I really like it because I know like you guys literally just bring vibes to parties instead of like normal music just playing and playing and playing. So people are like, no hype man, like the party is not going well. And I know that now it's like a thing because there's this upcoming girl, so I know Ivana, that has actually been doing hyping from TikTok and everything. So I just got to know about it and I never knew like it's that stressful, but I understand you and I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just go on a quick break. We'll be right back.
Okay.
Stay with us. So guys, we'll go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us. Welcome back, guys. We still have wavy vibes in the studio. So now let's talk about events and everything you've organized so far, and how has it been like emceeing and event planning. I know event planners you guys try a lot, so like just tell me about your experience and you doing the MC work and everything with it.
Yeah, for my experiences, like I would just say, I want to give shout out to my team.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll be doing so well for me because I know it's not easy.
Yeah,
we have to put
definitely.
in this work. Yeah, because doing this is just something I really love doing. Since when I was in school, I've been doing this for like more than 5 years, which we said but like my guys are just been putting me out like, Wave, you need to do this, let's get this, going to different events, see how they do their things and all that. So we put that into our own work as well too, because they are all inspiration as well too, because if you didn't go out for activations and you won't get that insight about how you want to go about your own business and all that, because people have to put you on as well too.
Sure.
Yeah, I want to give shout out to my guys, my team, my mom, my sisters, because they'll be my supporters, and also to my own personal PA, Loba. She has been doing so well for me too.
That's good. So now we know you, like from your background, bio and everything. I could see that you studied business administration in school. So like, was it like a point you wanted to do hyping and you're like, oh no, don't do it, or maybe you had like discouragement from family, or not maybe people supporting you in this field? Have you ever had like issues with that?
Yeah.
So how did you pull through?
Yeah, because life is all about challenges.
Okay.
Yeah, because I understand that even sometimes you might just talk to your friend like, okay, this is my idea, this is what I want to put on, like this is what I want to get doing and all that. So like they will tell you, bro, don't you feel like this finance thing, you understand? And with the economic thing, Emilio Con and all those things.
Yeah.
But Baba is active, but
yeah.
What we need to do this thing. We can't wait, you understand? Because Jesus is active, that's what I would just say.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think you get more recognition in the society or in the entertainment industry? Like, do you think hype men, you guys actually have like more recognition in the entertainment segment or industry? Do you think you guys have more visibility in it?
Yeah, I would say at the moment you can see for yourself. You can see Active Boy, Shea Banks holding it out, both in the country and then in the other side, like in UK, America. Do you understand? And imagine seeing Shea Banks holding it out at O2 Arena, seeing Spesh for Davido, seeing them in O2 Arena doing that stuff. No, it's something we should celebrate as well too, because I know definitely I'm going to get there too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's something that you feel we should take note of more.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Because I feel it's like a new segment that just came. Like no one really knows about hype men, but now you guys actually have major energy and like the vibes you guys bring to parties, and also do you think it's something that we should actually make more global now?
Oh yes, definitely, because hype is the party, hype is the vibe.
Sure.
So you guys just keep on supporting us. Afrotech, Afro hype, there's different genres of hype to get. So we are into this. We are not stopping.
Okay, I like the energy.
We're not stopping.
Okay, have there been like situations where you have to like pull crowd, or maybe your fans to come to like an event just for you and everything? Like maybe trying to just pull crowd when you have events to host?
Yeah, anytime I want to hold an event, I just need to just put my graphics out.
Okay.
Because Wave is active.
So anywhere Wavy is, everyone wants to like turn up.
Yeah, definitely, because it's always a vibe. Yeah, it's always a vibe.
All right. So in the process of hustling and everything, like you said, have there been like any moments that you're most proud of, that you're really, really happy you've gotten to this part, or year, or like event you attended, or one or two things that you've actually said, okay, I'm proud of Wavy?
Yeah, I won't say that much. Like I have a couple of events which I've really performed, like Obi's House, Amapiano Districts, Element House. There's a lot, but I feel like there's more to do. There's more to do, because it's like a stepping stone as well too. Because I feel if I start talking about what I've done, there are so many catalog. Yeah, because I feel like there's more to do. Because we need to achieve more. We don't stop.
That's good. So now, will you just walk us through your experience? Let's just say you prepping for like an event. Are there like any routine you like to share? Like check yourself, your voice and everything, or any new lines you have to even learn before you get on stage?
Yeah.
Like what?
Like yeah, guys. My event is coming, which is called Vibes House.
Okay, so like the prepping processes.
So really, it's more of like an house kind of vibe, whereby people come. It's like your own party.
Okay.
You get come. You can be the hype. You understand? You can be the artist. You can be the DJ. You understand? So that's why we call it Vibes House.
Okay.
So it's more of like come do your thing. You know, everybody likes coming to where you get the freedom to do whatever you like. You understand? So Vibes House is here to stay.
That's good. So is there any worst experience you've had apart from the one you shared before?
Yeah, I feel like I don't really get pressured about
what you do.
Yes, yeah, I don't really get pressured. Yes.
All right. Okay. Can you do like a freestyle for us? Just maybe 1 minute freestyle.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure, definitely.
Yeah. Let's go.
Ready. Active. You already know. It's your boy Wavy Vibes. We outside at the TV360. Who be that girl with it from? Come on now. Who be that girl to big backside? Who be that girl with it from? Come on now. Who be that girl to big backside? I'm a piano, 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 piano. I'm happy, oh. I'm happy, I know. Say, I'm happy, oh. I'm happy, I know. Yeah, say, activate, jubilate, activate, jubilate, activate, jubilate. You better get active. Say, you better get active. We outside at 360 TV. Keep it locked with us, so we're live. Stay positive. You already know.
I like the fact like it's just freestyle and natural going. So let's go on the last quick break. We'll be right back. Hey guys, let's go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. So Wavy Vibes, before we end the show, let's just do like in and out. Let's just say 10 questions for 60 seconds. Just garbage in, garbage out. I'll just ask you a few questions and just respond. Okay? So let's just say your favorite celebrity couple.
My favorite celebrity couples, I'll say Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Oh, good. So most outstanding day of your life.
Outstanding day of my life, when I was performing at Landmark.
Oh.
For karaoke.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. That's good. So football or basketball?
Football day.
Okay. So your favorite relaxation spot where you like to chill and relax?
I'll say Obi's house.
I like that because I've heard so much about it, so I'm not even surprised. So let's just say movies or novels, which would you prefer?
I prefer movies.
All right. Favorite city?
City, I'll say Benin City.
Are you from Benin City?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So favorite indoor sport?
Indoor sport, I have a clubhouse.
Good. Favorite food?
Amala.
You didn't even give us something very sophisticated that we can say, you're to go any day. Okay, that's good. So if you were going to take off one thing on your bucket list, what would it be?
What would that be? My bucket list? I don't want to be Lagosian.
At all. Why? You are stressing in this city.
Very stressful to be here right now, Seth.
It was a lot of stress, I know.
And all that, but I had to be here because you need to take your business serious.
That's good. So let's just say if you were given $10,000 to stay in a well-furnished apartment without anybody, just food and internet, will you take it? For 6 months.
For 6 months?
Yeah, 6 months.
I'm active for that.
Should we make it a year?
Man, I'm active.
2 years
active. What else do I need people for? When I have the money, I have the relaxation, I have the comfort.
Hype, exactly.
I'm going to create my own happiness.
That's good. That's good. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Yeah,
and we look forward to seeing you on stages, big performances, and other places, actually.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to have me too.
Anything other thing you want to say to the guests? And
Yeah, I want to tell you guys, Vibes House is coming. I want to see you there 19th April this same month, this same year.
All right.
So big shout out to my guys, my team, to Cash Kuri, to YM, to Kiba, to Stan Shoes. Man, we are live, we are active. Still, stay positive, man. Akara Senior Boga. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So it's been nice having you on the show.
Yeah, same here too.
Okay, all right. So guys, that's all we can take on this episode. Thank you so much for staying with us. We'll see you next time. Bye for now.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Ayatoro community is a theocratic communist setting funded by a group of believers known as the Apostles in 1947. Ayatoro community in its heydays has the largest per capita income in the whole of West Africa. Initially, Ayatoro community was 15 to 20 kilometer landmass away from the sea. But as it stands now, more than 10 kilometers of the total landmass has gone into the sea. And this frequent surge is attributed to emission from multinational oil companies off the coasts of our land, not minding the environmental challenges and disasters.
This is a community established in one of the Nigeria base. A lot of people you see in the offshore were trained here, both mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and nautical engineer were trained in this bush. Yes, this bush, I call this place bush. And this is the Shepherd Technical Workshop approved by the IWD, which is now Minister of Transport. IWD means the Inland Waterway Department. That is the colonial time.
This place is like small London. So, and our primary occupation here is fishing. You can see now, everything now has been eroded. Some of our fishermen, they have went to other places to find for their source of livelihood.
It's just a sudden that we have been experiencing seeing caution coming every day by day. And since that time, we have been making effort to the federal government because we are law-abiding citizens. We believe that we cannot engage ourselves in a radical ways because we believe that by protesting, writing letters, federal government can come to our aid. By the videos, a lot of things we have been doing since we have expressing the Seed Church.
I'm shooting.
That area, that is the iconic worship center. Yeah, that wood. That is the iconic worship center. Over there, we have the community service center here, over there. Then at the same time, the major streets where other minor streets were linked to has been permanently submerged by the ocean surge.
I'm seriously worried. I'm worried because this recurrency surge is affecting us in virtually all human aspects of our life. Social life has been collapsed, economic-wise has been collapsed, health-wise, nothing to sing and dance home about. Even our religious activities, our life, religious life, has been collapsed totally. Because Ayeto community is a religious setting. The church moved here. We have not just come here to trade or to do other activities. The church is the community is the church. So every aspect of our life has been totally, damaged by this current, recurring sea surge happening in Ayeto. And over 20 years, we've been into this. People have lost, several properties worth millions. Buildings has collapsed. Over 500 to 600 to 700 buildings have been washed away. Our industrial power has been collapsed. Ayeto community is known to be a self-developed community on its own without any intervention of the federal government or the state government over the years. Yet we kept on going. If by now the ocean surge, as a result of the oil exploration that is going on in our offshore, is destroying our land. Up till now, we cannot see the hand of the government coming to help and to rescue us. It is so sad, and that's why I'm worried.
Ṣé ẹ bá wo gbogbo ibi ilé ló kún bẹ̀, gbogbo ilé yẹn ni òkun ti parẹ́ pátápátá. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe ń wó ilé yẹn ló ń wó gbogbo àwọn ohun àlùmọ́nì wa, àwọn ohun tí a ní ilé, ohun ẹrù wa, ìmíì gan tó bá ń wo báyìí tí a bá tètè dìsámúra àti gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, ó gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ nìyẹn.
Fund the trip of those guys. Trip of those guys.
This thing is excruciating, it is extreme. In fact, every blessed day, people used to die because of the thinking that the community that was founded at their present has been eroded. So it is extreme, it is serious, it is harrowing.
My father's house happened to be the extreme house before the Atlantic Ocean. We lost it 2017. 2007, that was when we lost it. It's highly devastating. Even the one that belonged to my grandmother, we lost it. That was along primary school road. we lost it too. So I've been affected. I'm highly devastated. Now I'm a tenant in my hometown. Imagine how is it? Highly devastated. We need the support of the entire world to save this community. Ayeto community is a community that must not go into extinction. It's a very serious situation.
So the community is divided into two, the up and the down. So the up is reserved for the male. Why do that? Because they want them to access the sea quickly because of the occupation they engage in. Then the downside is reserved for the female so that they can dry their fishes because the Atlantic breeze is, is coming from the up. So that the smoke will not disturb the community from up. That was why they situated the downside for the women so that their kitchen can be downside. So you have Bale, Abejoye, Korodun Aneroye, Adedoyin, Alebiosun, Bishop, Arojolu. Then so after Arojolu you have the information house or the glass house as we used to call it.
So where's the glass house now?
It's gone already.
It's some months already.
That is where all the information regarding the Ayeto community, people come in just like you came now. All the information you buy your trip, what you are going to do, when you are going to, you go back. So it will be documented before you go into the community. That was how it was done then. Then the city hall or civil center, there too, all of them have gone. After the city hall, you have Ojomo Street is gone too. So behind Ojomo, you have the church building, the church street and the church building is gone already.
And that church is very important.
Very important. That is where they situated that night of January 12, 1947. They situated when they came in. Now we have Akinjoye, we have Ajayi. Then in Ajayi Street, you have the first Ogeloyinbo Palace built with wood. So that one is gone too. We have the Olowojayi. Then after Olowojayi, you have the shoe making industry.
There used to be a
shoemaking industry. One of the industry, a small scale industry. Then behind the shoemaking industry, you have the clothing making industry too. So that one too is gone. So we have after Olowojayi, behind it is the shoemaking and the clothing making. We have Olowo Topa Oyinbo. We have Omogbenwa. Then after Omogbenwa, we have the carpentry workshop. So the carpentry workshop too is currently threatened. Half of it is gone into into the sea. And then you have Tobase. Then after the Tobase street there, you have a mini supermarket. There's a mini supermarket there. So after the mini supermarket is where you have Oyetomi Street. So from the upside,
where's the mini supermarket?
This is just behind the what's it called?
But it's still there.
We can still find it there. So after the the mini supermarket, you have Oyetomi Street. So from the main side now, the main streets, Oyetomi Street is the only surviving street you can find up.
And it's been threatened.
It's threatened. In almost we only have just 2 buildings.
That is where my mother's father's house was situated, and it has been eroded.
Just 2 houses.
And your fear now is that this side, where the female side might be affected. So it's like everybody has moved to this side now.
Yes. So most of the male now, they are actually residing with their wives.
With their wives.
Their wives. So the Oyetomi is the only one that you see. Then from the downside where you have the
and this broad street is no longer existing.
It's gone completely. It's gone completely. Where you can have the broad street, the beauty of the broad street now, it's around the Block Palace. That's where you can have the beauty of the broad street.
Okay.
How it looks like.
tí ẹ bá wo ọ̀hún yẹn chọ́ọ̀chì wa gangan the main church táwọn baba ńlá wa kọ́ ó ti wo àtúnkọ́ mi ó tún wo.
The church is where all the inhabitants of this land will gather to worship God, because that was the revelation our forefathers received. This place is a Christian utopian religious community for the service of God.
has actually changed the landscape totally. Let me put it that way. Why do I say so? It's because when you look at the land mass, as at when our founding fathers came here, 1947, it is about 20 or 10, 15 kilometers to the shore. So people had to trek. I think Dr. Noge wrote a book about Ayato community. That the only challenge is that the fishermen, because Ayato is known for fishing, the only challenges that they are having, it is the accessibility to the shore. Too. That is as at that time, and it's been a long time. So it has actually changed. The landscape, and we are worried about it.
This is the community technical college. Here we are. Now you can see now these are debris, has been ravaged by the sea surge. Now that place, that is the bakery that we are using before. This last month, the sea surge has ravaged this place and we've relocated to another place. So it is serious. That is the powerhouse generating plants. It has been affected, greatly affected by those sea surge. We also have dockyard over there where marine boats were built in the past. That place has been submerged as well. So nothing to write home about in the community again. All our social cultural activities has gone. The secondary schools has been relocated for about 3 consecutive times now. Nothing again.
If urgent intervention is not coming any moment from now, the community will no longer in existence, because 2/3 of the community has gone already.
My fears is that if something reasonable, prompt action is not taken on the part of government to salvage this land, perhaps we might. We don't pray for such anyway. The community might go into institution. We don't want that, because Ayato community has helped the federal government, even the West Africa, in terms of marine. Because when Ayato was having a technical school, the Ayato community has trained experts in marine engineering, in nautical engineering, and they are serving all the multinational companies that we can see in our offshore. Ayato community has built the largest fishing boat in the history of Nigeria and West Africa. It was built here by the local carpenter, and those people that even built those deep boats, they were still alive. Check Fishing News International, is there.
If prompt and urgent action is not taken within, let me say, within a space of 2 months, where we stand here will no longer be. So, and that is why we are appealing to the federal government as a matter of urgency and exigency to please come to our rescue, so that Ayetoro is a historic community, so that it will not become a thing of history. That is our appealing. We are appealing to the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dito Sopadek, Ondo State Oil Producing Area Development Commission, to please come to our rescue, so that this glorious community will not become a thing of history.
So we are begging the federal government, we are begging the international community, we are begging NDDC, we are begging all relevant agencies to please come to our aid.
Apá wa ò ká o, kàn jọ kàn má jẹ́ kó kún yìí kó gbé wa lọ, gbogbo ilé ibi iṣẹ́ wa, gbogbo ilé ìsìn tá ń pè chọ́ọ̀chì, gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti wó.
I'm now appealing to the state government, federal government, and the world to give what you call immediate action on this community. If you were here about 20 years back, if we tell you the extension of this place, you can't believe.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون الليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جاء وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له القاضي ده زمن محدد. انت حاول تذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخذ قرار في الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
We hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability of personnel. But this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in this country, which all political parties and all parts of society agree is the utmost necessity of this country.
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Simisola Adigun. There's widespread condemnation for the brutal killing of 16 hunters from Kano State by a vigilante group at Uromi, Edo State. According to reports, the 16 hunters were among 25 travelers on their way to Kano State for the Eid al-Fitr celebrations who were intercepted by the vigilante on the suspicion that they were kidnappers and were lynched to death. Governor Monday Okwebolo of Edo State has now pledged that swift justice will be served for the 16 slain hunters. Okwebolo made the pledge when he paid a condolence visit to the bereaved families at Torankawa in Kano State in company of Governor Abba Yusuf. While expressing deep sorrow over the tragic incident, Okwebolo said the government will not relent until justice is served, adding that 14 people have been arrested and moved to Abuja for interrogation. Currently, police, military and plainclothes security agents have taken over strategic junctions in Urumi to stave off reprisals. Joining me to discuss more on this is a former Assistant Director at the Department of State Services, Mr. Dennis Amakri. Thank you very much for coming on the program. Now, judging from what has played out ever since, what do you make of this unfortunate incident? I mean, vigilante groups are not new in Nigerian communities, and they've no doubt been helpful over the years.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. You see, we have to look at the root causes, because these things will continue happening. You know, it will not be the last time. And if we don't look at the root causes and take care of those root causes, then they will continue happening. Now, what do I mean? We've had these killings all over the place. You know, we have these killings, and it is because of these killings that you have vigilante groups, even like Amotekun. You know, and these groups have been you know, taking care of some of the bushes, the forests, the ungoverned spaces that we have. But we have to regulate it properly. You know, regulate it in the sense that these vigilante groups should be reporting to a formal law enforcement agency. You know, they cannot operate on their own. And when they start operating on their own, then of course they go descend all the way down to jungle justice and other kinds of things that are happening. So I think there is work to be done about this particular issue.
Now, the government has repeatedly called on local vigilante groups and hunters to step in to fill security gaps in the fight against bandits and terrorists in Nigeria. However, the Edo State governor described these vigilante groups as illegal. Now, what makes a vigilante group legal, and how should, well, you've mentioned that they should report to higher authority, but then what's the process like in seeing that these vigilante groups are legal?
Well, I'm so surprised about for the governor, because this is not the first time, this is not the right time for him to come and say that that vigilante group is illegal or this one is legal. Vigilante groups have been existing for long. And you know, if you think very seriously about it, vigilante groups were formed basically to protect the communities, because we've had history of herdsmen going and killing in the bush. And the best thing is that, you know, these communities should start to, you know, take care of themselves, you know, and it has continued like that. And of course, this self-help program has been, you know, giving birth to different kinds of vigilante groups. Like you hear of the Amotekun and all the rest of in the western states and everywhere. Most states have their own vigilante groups that they use. Now, which one is legal and which one is not legal, I don't know. But they should have even legalized, or should I say register them before anything like this come to happen. But if you don't, until when something like this happens, then you come and say they are illegal or not illegal, I think it's just begging the question. Because the root causes, like I said, is for the people to protect themselves, and there has been a lot of killings. And I don't know whether those killings have been fully addressed.
Now, this incident brings to mind similar ones where people have taken the law into their own hands and commit these condemnable acts of jungle justice. We understand that activities of kidnappers in the area might have triggered the action, like, you know, it has been told in times past. How significant is this particular incident in highlighting the dangers of mob actions or jungle justice, as the case may be, in Nigeria?
Well, you know that people have been pushed to the corner, whereby they are really, really worried about their own security. And of course, for people to now come back and say, hey, let us get a vigilante group. You know, and these vigilantes are actually working. They don't, you know, they stay up at night. They go into the bushes and you know, they come across some of these people. This is not the first time vigilantes have been arresting, you know, people marauding in the forest and stuff like that. And of course, you find out that a lot of killings, especially around Uromi area, you know, a lot of killings are taking place. And that's why I think the governor himself should go back and look at it, talk to the security agencies and find out, you know, what has happened about those killings that happened in Uromi before. You know, because they've been doing these killings and people are just crying. And I'm surprised that this time everybody is taking it so seriously. This is what should have happened all the time when people are being killed. So I think we regulate the process, the procedures or the processes of these people, let them not descend to jungle justice, because some people are so angry losing their family members and they feel that, look, this is the right time to, there's no need to go and call police or anything like that. Let's just finish it up. But that's not how it should be.
Right. Now, response mechanisms in the country have also always been a matter of concern. The response of the police in matters like this, from details provided, there was enough time for the police to storm the scene and control or prevent further harm, but nothing of such happened.
Well, that is, the problem with the police. Because for a place like Uromi, there's a DPO. There's a DPO. How can he say that something like, and that's what I'm saying, that there's a disconnect between the vigilante groups and the police. Because if there's a connection or a reporting line, when they find these police, arrest them, and they've even discovered arms and ammunition with them, the next person to call is the DPO. And the DPO will quickly send his men down there and then, of course, remove all these people for better interrogation on what they are doing, where they are going, why they are carrying those kind of arms. But there is nothing like that. And apparently I can tell you that maybe the people don't even trust that distrust between the community people and the police must have caused a situation whereby they will say, don't even think about him. Let's do what we have to do, and they went ahead and do this. So I think the police should start taking charge of their area and make sure that this kind of things don't happen.
All right. Mr. Makri, will continue this conversation after this break. Do stay with us. The program will continue shortly.
Hello, Alhaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello, Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I will just call you. Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we're in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you're raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
And wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the Go-To app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Welcome back. We're still discussing the killing of 16 hunters in Uromi, Edo State. And my guest is still the former assistant director at the DSS, Dennis Amakri. Thank you very much, sir, for staying with us. Now, so far, Governor Kwebolo of Edo State has suspended the head of the Edo State Security Corps. But then, do state governments have the capacity to handle these various security groups and security initiatives as well, so that their duties are defined?
For state police, and when the state police comes, the state governors are supposed to be the ones that are going to supervise the operations of these state police. And I think that, in fact, all these vigilantes popping up in different places, because everybody was thinking that, yes, we really need security down at the grassroots level. And this is the chance for them to even practice on how they will be dealing with the state police. And in fact, state police are not supposed to be one for political to fight your political enemies. It is meant for the security of the communities. So the governors are well placed to take care and follow the procedures, or even write down or gazette all the procedures that they are supposed to follow. The police is supposed to cooperate with the governor in doing this, so that these vigilantes are properly managed. So, yes, the governor he has the capacity to do this.
Right. So let's discuss the issue of arms possession, which is one of the factors that sealed the fate of these hunters. With the current state of the nation, only uniformed officials can legally possess weapons, and they're let go. And what should the government do in this case? Hunters cannot be found without their Dane guns, but then what can be done to prevent this kind of incidents from happening?
Well, the thing is this. Vigilante groups popped up all over the country because of the threat of herdsmen and all kinds of bandits, who are operating in the ungoverned spaces of the country. And of course, when they are going to help, they have to carry some form of arms. Yes, some of them are supposed to be hunters and carrying Dane guns, which they use in their hunting, not to fight the bandits. Now, if that is the situation, then they should have a very strong link with the police, where, as hunters, if they observe that there are some kind of movement, of some people, unknown people, then they could be the eyes and ears, and also report down to the police and tell them, look, this is what we have seen. They are not supposed to engage. Okay? They are not supposed to engage. So if they are supposed to engage, as most of them are now doing, then the form of arms that they are going to carry is supposed to improve. Because you cannot be fighting a bandit with AK-47s while you are carrying Dane guns. It's not done, It's like carrying a knife to a gunfight. So we will expect that when these things are, being formalized, then you should go ahead and register them. And if you register them, then you should also provide arms for them. So that you know the control of what is happening before they can really possess those arms and ammunition.
There's now fear of a reprisal. Matter of fact, there's a video circulating online where a young man from the north has threatened that if the issue is not properly handled by the government, they will take revenge on southerners in the northern state. What should the government do to avert looming disaster?
Well, I think that's a good job for the Minister of Information and Public Orientation to do. Because like I told you, there are fundamental, root causes. And you will see that this particular incident in Uromi has brought out other things like religious intolerance, ethnicity, where people don't, these are root causes. These are things that they have in them that, they've not been able to express openly. And when things like this happen, then they start talking. I saw that video, where the guy was talking about killing of Southerners because they are Muslims, and anybody who insult their leader is supposed to be killed and stuff like that. I think that we should be past that kind of rhetorics, and we should be able to, adjust people's mind to change that kind of narrative. Because if we allow these things to fester, like I said, many Christians were killed in the north. Nothing really happened. And then, of course, when there is a killing in the south, then you see a lot of people coming out, and then even the governor of Kano State was really talking tough the other day. But, the root causes have to be addressed. It is not what we are just seeing. Those ones are symptoms. The root causes of ethnicity, the root causes of religious intolerance have to be looked into properly to avoid this kind of situation in future.
Finally, the Edo State government says 14 people have been arrested and moved to Abuja for interrogation. That's 14 people arrested in connection to the crime. What protective measures should be adopted, and what steps can be taken to ensure improved working relations between the government and local security outfits? I know you mentioned certain steps, but now in terms of enhancing intelligence gathering and response strategies against criminal elements in the country.
Oh, well, the governor has taken some steps to make sure that, this illegality, because of course, jungle justice is an illegal thing to do. And of course, they've been arrested, they've been taken for interrogation, but that's not where it should end. I think this is the time to now gather these vigilantes or whoever, and then sit down with them, and then, of course, properly seek some advice from either the DSS and the police to make sure that they structure the vigilante properly. Who is going to supervise them? What is their communication systems? Who do they report to? And stuff like that. So this is the best time to do that. Because if you just arrest some people because tempers are high, and then, you allow people the vigilantes to continue until they meet another set of people again with guns and ammunition, then there is nothing we can do about it, because people are angry. People have lost their family members, and you cannot overlook that. And if the vigilantes are being formed to take care of that situation, then the governor should come in and, of course, formally structure them, because we don't want them to go into illegality, but we want the services they provide. So let us formalize this, and then, of course, create certain structures, communication lines and stuff like that for them.
Well, as we speak, the community tempers are high, like you mentioned, in the communities. They are scared of a reprisal, and hopefully the government controls the situation before that reprisal is carried out, which will be far worse. Mr. Dennis Amakri, former Assistant Director at the Department of State Services, we appreciate you sharing your thoughts on the program. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for having me.
That's it on this episode of the program. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV, 360 Sports. I'm Mudashir Shitu. Today I'll be your anchor and we'll talk about something interesting in the world of sport. I'm sure a lot of people are wondering that what's happening to the world of gymnasts. I mean, the sport have been in the country for a very long time. We've seen it participated at the African Games where we have a Nigerian that represented us in the past. And we also had at the National Sport Festival and the National Youth Games, and one of the athletes that represented the country, our state at the National Youth Games in Ilorin is our guest today. Actually, one of our guests today. It's good to have you, Treasure Ocheke, on the program.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here.
Do you know, how do you feel? Because I just introduced you that you've represented your state at the National Youth Games in Ilorin. Which state was that?
That was Anambra State.
Anambra State. Can you tell us what it means for you to stand tall? I'm happy that you're representing Anambra State as a very young girl. Tell us about that experience.
Well, I started when we went for youth games last year. Me, Wisdom, and Excel, we competed for Anambra State. So I got silver on power tumbling, and Excel got bronze, and also Wisdom got bronze. So yeah, I was really happy then.
Before I what's up for you, because a lot of viewers out there watching us, some of them, you encourage them now. I mean, before I ask you how you started gymnastics, you tell us, are you happy that you're a gymnast?
Yes, since I saw my mom and dad starting gymnastics then when I was still little, I always had a passion for gymnastics. I loved the sports, and well, I had the genetics in my blood. So I started gymnastics when I was 4. But I started real gymnastics, started the flipping and stuff when I was 6 years old. Yeah. So
interesting. And you said something like it's hereditary. I mean, your mom represented the country in an African Games. She came out with a bronze medal at that event, and I think she was once the team captain of the captain of Team Nigeria. What's your biggest motivator? I know both of them are your coach, your mom or your dad?
To be honest, I would say my mom.
Okay.
Because my dad already stopped gymnastics a long time ago, so he came back as a coach. But I still see my mom do flipping and stuff, so she was like my highest motivation.
And how do you feel about it?
Well, I feel happy, and I feel good to have my coach as my dad and mom, so I can be able to trust them more.
Okay. Now let's not start. Tell us how you started gymnastics. I'm sure was gymnastics your first choice of any sport you want to participate? Just tell us how you started gymnastics.
That was really back then in Benin. My mom and dad used to go to the stadium and they train and coach. So sometimes when I'm free, I just go with them and I see people flipping and I enjoy the sport. So I also want to participate in it. So I just run, jump, and do some stuff, and then my dad would start clapping for me. I'm like, oh yeah, you can do this. Then I started fully when I was 6, and then my dad actually put more effort in me to start the sport, and then I started it, and I was good at it.
Interesting. I know there are a lot of challenges when it comes to sport like this, and part of the challenges is combining education with sports. How old are you now?
Right now I'm 12.
It's okay. Combining sport, how do you able to combine going to the National Youth Games, one gymnastic competition or the other, and you're still in school? How did you, because it's a very ethic task for some to combine sports and education. How were you able to do that?
That is true. Yeah, it's true. Well, my dad once said one thing, that it is more to face your educations, that if he wants, he could stop the sport, but he wants me to get my education. So he also wants me to get gymnastics as a side effect, so that when I grow, I can also have my own career. So, well, I can add them together because I train before. When I come back from school, I train in the evening. and early in the morning around 6 I just do some fitness around outside. But now I train on Saturdays, Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Okay. So before we let you go, because we'll be talking to so many of your likes today, it's not about only Treasure. We have Olabukola in the house and another young boy, and also the man everybody knows as a gymnastic person in the country. You know, your dad is also going to be part of the show. So encourage people out there to participate in gymnastics.
Well, I would tell them that it is a really good sport and they should try it. It helps your brain activate, like it helps you get active. You know, some people they're just naturally dull, so gymnastics can actually make you active, and it also helps you educationally.
Okay.
So, and it gives you more, like it makes you a star. When you go for a competition, you win, you'll be happy, and people will look up to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Treasure. I wish I can just hold on to you throughout the program, but I need to talk to other prodigy, just that not about you. So let's go for a quick break. We've been talking to Treasure Cheke. She represented Anambra in the National Youth Games. She has won many medals for herself. And if you Google Ocheke, you probably see there are so many of the Ocheke participating in gymnastics, and she's just one of them. So we go for this quick break, a very short break. When we come back, we have some of these youngsters still with us. Yeah, welcome back. If you're just joining us, we'll be talking about gymnastics. Our earlier guest is Treasure Ocheke, and the newest guest we have in the house is Olubukola Alatishe. She's 7 years old, and she has been involved in gymnastics. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you.
So, why did you choose gymnastics?
Because it was pretty fun, and it could get me very fit.
Okay, because
it's really fun and it'll make me very fit.
Okay, so what part of gymnastics do you participate in? Which of them do you participate in?
I participate in
tumbling.
Yes.
And what? The flipping, the tumbling. Which of them do you participate in?
Both.
Both, okay. Now tell us one thing you like about gymnastics and the other sport like swimming, football, table tennis. Why did you decide to go for gymnastics?
Because it's very fun.
Okay.
And you also have to be serious doing it. And you can also have fun doing it.
Oh, you can also have fun doing it. So do you want to be a gymnast when you grow up?
Yes.
Who told you that your mom, who has been encouraging you to be a gymnast? Tell us, because a lot of girls out there are looking at you and they're like, oh, this is a star, because you're already a star in the making already, because you've been participating in events, haven't you? So
yes.
Tell us more about gymnastics. Is it your dad that has been encouraging you or your mom?
Both.
Both. So tell us how they encourage you.
They encourage me like, good job. And they're also clapping for whenever I do competitions.
Okay. Continue. Whenever you do competitions?
Yes.
So what happens when you do competition? Tell us.
Like, it has to be, like the judges are very strict. You have to, like, there's going to be a lot of people there.
Okay. So are you always shy when you see a lot of people there?
Yes.
So
it's like it gives me a heart attack.
So how did you overcome that attack? Tell us, how do you overcome that attack?
Because I've been doing competition since.
Okay. And have you ever won gold medals in any of them?
Yes.
And is there a competition you're looking forward to? How is the school? You're a gymnast, you go to school, you're a gymnast, you go to school. How do you combine the two of them?
I also do gymnastics in my school.
Wow! Gymnastics in your school. So tell us, who encouraged you? Your teacher? Who encouraged you that?
My coach.
Tell us how they encourage you.
Like I do stunts in school, like same thing I do in the gym.
Okay. So who encouraged you the most in the gym?
My coaches and my siblings and my mother.
Okay. What's the future ambition like? Do you want to be a gymnast, or you still want to be a doctor, or you still want to be an engineer, or even while you're a doctor, you also want to be a gymnast?
I really want to be a gymnast, and I also want to be a footballer.
Also want to be a footballer. Okay, which one is coming first? Gymnastic or football?
Gymnastic.
Oh, gymnastic. Oh, that's great. So, there are competitions coming in April. You know, there's a competition coming in April.
April 12.
April 12. So what are you doing to get a medal there?
I'm going to do my routine.
Okay.
I'm going to do vault.
Okay.
That's all.
That's all. So you're only participating in vault
and floor.
On the floor. So have you won any medal there?
Yes.
So tell us when you won medal in those categories.
Like they give us bronze, silver, gold. They're scoring us, like our perfection.
Okay. We'll be speaking with Olubokala Alatishe. She is just 7 years old, and you can see how excited she is in participating in gymnastics. Like I said, these are just the other young gymnasts still with us in the studio, so we're still going to talk to one of them. Before we now go straight to the coach to tell us why he has been putting all his effort together. So we have this also quick break we need to go to, so that we can get the coach and also the young boy who is doing well for himself. Welcome back. We've got Excel Ocheke, a National Youth Games medalist last year. That was in Delta State, and still about gymnastics. Tell us how you came across gymnastics, Excel.
Yeah, I came across gymnastics 2 years ago in Benin.
Okay.
Before I started going to the stadium, I was practicing gymnastics with my siblings at home.
Okay.
Little by little, my mom introduced me to the stadium. Then I started going to the stadium, and I was very good at the sport, like very, very good. Then I was the captain of my team. Gradually, I went to the youth games, 2023 youth games. I got 1 gold, 2 silver, 1 bronze. I got a gold in best all-round, silver in floor, and silver in vault. So,
talking like a champion. So, tell us what has been the medals when your name was called, and the medal was on your neck at the youth games. Tell us how it feels like, the moment of excitement.
Well, I felt very great. Like, wow, this is my first national medal. Like, my father has been doing gymnastics in his own time. It was the best at his own time. Like me now, I want to be better than my father when I grow up. I want to make my parents proud. So
okay.
It feels very great.
And I know the feelings when your name is called. And now tell us, what's the future like? What's your plan because what's your plan for the future? Do you want to be a gymnast? You want to be at the Olympics? What's your plan?
Right now, I can see myself at the Olympics and being better than my father in his own time. I want to make my parents proud. But my father's my coach by my side. I believe I can be very good. I'll be greater than him. I will achieve more goals than I have right now. So.
You talk like a good getter. So what's the plan? There's a game coming up. There's an event coming up in May, and it's about young lads coming together to participate in gymnastics. Do you have a target in mind?
Yeah, my goal there is to be the best among the best. I want to, go compete, take my medals, make my parents proud. I want to go there and be the best of all bests.
Okay, the best of all best. So let me ask you: have you maybe combined school with gymnastics? You read, you go to school today, you go to the gym. Just tell us.
My father used to say education comes first. So when I was back there in Benin, when I come back from school, I'll go to the stadium, everyday routine. Then my dad and the sport commission had quarrels, so we stopped going to the stadium. Then last year we went for youth games in Delta State. So we came to Lagos, we trained, then we went back to Delta State and compete. We won our medals, we came back home. So
your sister is Treasure Cheke.
Yeah.
So between you and Treasure, who do you think is better when it comes to gymnastics?
It's me, but when it comes to coaching and captain, it's Treasure.
Oh, okay. I didn't ask her that question, but I know that she also has something to say. Thank you very much for being part of today's program. You've given us your time, and in the future, we hope to see you at the All-African Games, the Olympics, and the Commonwealth Games. Thank you very much, Excel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. I'm sure I'm sure you've been enjoying that time about gymnastics. And the last guest on the show is a face known to gymnastics in the country at the National Youth Games and the National Sport Festival, Michael Ocheke. He has done so well for himself when it comes to gymnastics. He has been in the country, out of the country, and he has a lot of young lads to talk about when it comes to gymnastics. He is the brain behind many gymnastic events, tournaments in the country. So we welcome, after this break, we welcome Mike Ocheke to tell us about the future of gymnastics in the country. Today, still on 360 Sport and still talking about gymnastics. I have a man that is well known to gymnastics in the country. That's talking about Michael Ocheke. Is a coach, and everything that has to do with gymnastics in the country. If there's one man we need to ask, the man is by my side. It's good to have you on the show after a long while.
Thank you very much, my brother.
So, how's been the world of gymnasts?
Well, what can I say? We've been like paused for a bit.
Okay.
But I believe after the elections, we're going to have a fresh start again and have something good to talk about in this country about gymnastics. So
the gymnastic election is ongoing, or is there a date for it?
No, I think it's after the National Sports Festival, because we need an office to run everything, and I believe the federation is still stands until after the National Sports Festival in May. Then we'll have a fresh elections, and I believe whoever that's going to be coming in, I don't have a candidate, but whoever is coming, I believe they're going to work.
Are you vying for a post?
No, right now I've been on my own for a bit to grow my club and make things happen.
Okay, make things happen. And if you're just joining us, or if you're watching us, those young lads you saw earlier have been trained and coached by Michael Ocheke. So tell us, do you think we still have that future, that name when it comes to gymnastics in Africa?
Yes, let me start with the word yes, because if you look and see, like the little children that you saw a couple of minutes ago, these ones have given themselves to gymnastics, and we train them, build them for the tomorrow. Now that tomorrow we're talking about is not, we came from somewhere yesterday. Our tomorrow then is now, and we never achieved or attained the Olympics. But what we have seen, we've learned from our mistakes. We don't depend on the government for everything, and we see that there's a way out. And when there's a way out, we need to push these kids and make sure they come out to fill up where we did not fill. The Olympics is our goal, and these kids are ready to go there. I am ready, me and my team of coaches, doing our best with the help and assist of their parents, because these are passionate parents that have seen what we can do and believe in their children, believe in our work. So we're working together hand in hand with the parents, and hopefully, possibly, we're going to get there to the Olympics.
Yeah, for someone that we have been to the top when it comes to gymnastics in the country, what are the challenges, even regardless of the support, that you think some of these parents or the lads, the young lads, the boys, the girls are facing, and what are the major challenges for them?
Well, everybody will say money. It is all about finances. You know, if you have a well-equipped gymnastics hall today, and you have all coaches available, the equipments are there, definitely you see these kids doing amazing things. The Europeans, the Asians, they have just one head as we do. I mean, the world was surprised to see a Nigerian in the Olympics, last Olympic. Ocheke was there in Tokyo, to compete for Nigeria. He was the first Nigerian gymnast to be in the Olympics. Well, fortunately for him, he was born and brought up in the US, where there's facilities and he has some endorsement. Everything was available for him to train. He was training with the best. Simon Biles, the GOAT of them all, was training in the same gym with Ocheke. So why wouldn't he perform or improve to do that. So if we have some supports, that is why we are doing this. That's why Mayrock Gymnastics is here right now. With the caliber of parents that I have that is pushing in to make sure things work, I am sure we will have a better standard gym in less than no time, where we can train and bring up gymnasts that will represent this country, and not just represent this country, but get medals, even at the Olympics.
You've been organizing tournaments. I mean, now TV360 was one tournament in Ilukweju for some time in the past, and we also know that several tournaments we've always come when it comes to you organizing tournament. But we also know that there's a tournament coming up in June in April 12th. Am I right? What's the purpose of the tournament? Is it going to be different from every other tournament?
Okay, that's a very good question. Thank you, Mr. Model. The thing is, we've attended so many competitions lately. Now, I will give it up for all those organizers. They have been trying their best to do well. In fact, it's more better than what we get at the national level. Understand me? With no disrespect. But you know, at the national level, everything is depending on what the ministry is giving. So they have to manage the funds to organize the competitions, and these are national levels. But what we do here at the club level, it's amazing. The organizing is very, very tough. But even still, what we get from there, I think it's not enough. So from what we've gathered so far, from what we've seen, our experience, we want to show the world that Nigeria is still a sporting nation. A nation where gymnastics can thrive. You know, it is not a competition where I will just come and just do those jamboree because it's a level system. No. You come, what you get, what you do is what you get. The judges, professional judges, the atmosphere we're going to be using, the podium, the hall, the equipment, it's going to be amazing. We want to discover talent. The award, we're going to be awarding the best gymnasts, both cash award and sponsorship. You know, we were looking to take gymnastics to another level. So when people come for this competition and they see what they will see, they will go back and make sure they are going to improve in what they will be doing too.
Another thing I also noticed about your career, and also is that some of your gymnasts, and they end up representing states in the national level at the youth games. I don't know how true it is, but Lagos is probably going to host the next national youth games next year. That was from the governor of the state doing an interview. If that happens or if it doesn't happen, are you expecting some of this your gymnasts to also represent that? Because that's one thing about what I know you do. So is there going to be, apart from the ones we know already, are there going to be new faces that will represent various states? Because I know there's a certain time one lady represented Kano State, and I'm sure that's from you. Some other states, you know. So are we also expecting that? Because that's going to be the best. Where after the gymnast, and we say, oh, this girl was here and she's now representing Lagos State and all that.
Thank you very much. You see, for a couple of years now, what I do is, I am a team of coaches. We train the gymnasts. We make sure they are ready for competitions, not just competing, for winning. And we push them to different states. We don't just put them in one state and just let that state take all the glory. We say, okay, you and you compete for this state, you and you compete for the other state. And at the end of the day, what you win, the glory goes to the states, each of the states. And for a while, I've been in Lagos, and even the facility I'm using, one of the facilities we're using as a club, it's a facility of Lagos State. You know, and for us to be doing that, we need to give back to Lagos State. I have an understanding with the secretary of the state's Gymnastics Association, and I told her that yes, we're going to give you good gymnasts that will get medals at the next National Youth Games, which we're working on, and I believe that will come to a manifest.
Talking about the future, lastly, before I let you go, and tell us more. Tell us more about the date and the time of that gymnastic, because you've told us the benefits of it. Tell us when it's taking place and the exact moment and time.
It's going to be on the 12th of April this year, and in fact, we're looking at next weekend. After this weekend, the next weekend, and it's going to be taking place at Beehive School in Agidingbi, Keja. Yes.
How many schools, how many gymnastic schools we expecting?
We're expecting nothing less than 200 gymnasts. And we are expecting parents and judges and coaches from different parts of Nigeria, from Abuja.
A day event?
Yes, it's going to be a day event. There are clubs coming from Abuja, there are clubs coming from Ondo State, Akure, and Port Harcourt, and the rest are from Lagos here. and I believe it's going to be a massive event. These numbers are for clubs. Schools numbers we are not certain yet, but I believe it will be probably around 60 to 70. So in a nutshell, we're looking at more than 270 gymnasts.
What has been the motivating factor? I need to ask you because I was saying, you gymnastics,
yes.
and all that.
You can see
what has been the motivating factor?
Gymnastics to me is a life, not a job. When I was little, when I started gymnastics early 90s, I wanted to go to the Olympics. I have this dream. I trained to a level whereby they compared me to the best in the world as a then on floor. Now, on floor and vault, I was the best in the country. Not just best in the country, in the continent, I was the best. But I didn't go to the Olympics. I didn't make it to the Olympics. It was unfortunate. Even my wife, when she started training, her goal was to get to the Olympics, but no. I led my team to the first ever team medal in Congo Brazzaville 2015. I was a captain and I led my team. So did my wife in 2019. She was the captain of the female team and she led them to their first ever medal too, at a bronze medal. Yes, but unfortunately we couldn't go. Now my children, I want to take them and other kids I'm training to that same Olympics. I want to go there. That is my drive. If I didn't go there to win, I will go there as a coach to compete. If my gymnasts are winning, then I'm more than a winner.
Yeah. It's good to have you on the show. Thank you very much, Michael Chike.
Glad to be here.
Obviously, we'll be talking to you during the event and afterwards about the events. Thank you very much for being part of the show. It's a moment of gymnastics for those of us who are watching you, and if you want to be part of the show, you can join us on all our social media platforms to be part of where the conversation never ends. And let's not forget, April 12 is a day you need to keep in mind where gymnastic events is taking place, and we'll probably get the reports of some of these stories on our news bulletin about the event that is taking place in April 12. Thank you very much. Muda Shishitu, thanks for watching.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون ليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جا وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له القاضي ده زمن محدد. انت حاول تذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخذ قرار في الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
We hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability of personnel. But this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in this country, which all political parties and all parts of society agree is the utmost necessity of this country.
Hello and welcome. I am Deji Badimasi. Now, the decision of the governors elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, not to be part of the planned coalition ahead of the 2027 elections to unseat the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, has been countered by the anti-Tinubu coalition led by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. In their communique after their meeting in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, on April 14th, the PDP governors resolved that the party would not be part of any coalition with opposition political parties, politicians, and other groups. The governors actually said their decision on rejection of coalition was taken after due consultation with all PDP party organs. But at a meeting with a delegation of the PDP from Nasarawa State, former Vice President Abubakar insisted that the merger train had already left the station, saying leaders from various parties, including the ruling APC, PDP and Labour Party and others, have been meeting to forge a new path towards a better Nigeria. He also accused the PDP governors of supporting President Bola Tinubu ahead of the 2027 general election. Abubakar also warned them against being distracted by what he calls minor financial offers that could jeopardize their political future. Now, reacting to the allegations of supporting the president, the PDP governors described the coalition as being delusional. Well, joining me on the program right now to discuss this further is Dabukiabo Womit, who is a PDP chieftain. He joins us from Abuja. Mr. Womit, thank you very much for your time and thanks for coming on the program. This back and forth between Atiku Abubakar and, of course, the PDP governors, and this coalition that Atiku Abubakar, that's the former vice president now, is pushing. What's your take on it?
Thank you for having me, first of all. I think that on the part of Atiku seems to be one of the most selfish politicians we have in this country. And I'm saying that because I was so disappointed with his recent comment that PDP, if they don't join the coalition, is going to go ahead and look for any vehicle that will carry, produce good governance. That was what he did in 2015 and put us in this mess. The party coalition or a merger, you have to discuss with your party. We don't have independent candidates in this country with our constitution. So you have to discuss with your party. What thing is doing, this coalition is just, and that's why the governors of the, respect to them, is a pressure group within the party, because there's no section of the constitution contains or sees the governors forum as an organ of the party. So it is something that Atiku is pushing for his own selfish interest and not for the interest of in the interest of the Nigerian people. He did that, and he walked out of PDP, and he gave PDP all sorts of names and said PDP will never rise. But it is so unfortunate that the former vice president, with due respect to him, shamefully came back to the party that himself and his co-travelers said to fuck PDP, Olamaje PDP, Alaya Isa PDP. Outside that, he said PDP will never can PDP. In his forgiving spirit and in his magnanimity, gave him ticket twice. So Atiku is the most selfish politician. Otherwise, he would have come down, discussed with the party, and ask the party the direction the party is going, discuss with the party leadership before going into talks with opposition party. The governors have stated their position, and personally, I feel that position is the position of the, a lot of members of the party that.
But would it be wrong to say? Would it be wrong now to say that as things stand today, the former vice president is the most senior member of the party, and literally you could consider him the leader of the PDP?
There is no word like leader in our party. In our party constitution, we don't have any word as describing anybody as the leader of the party. If at all anybody is the leader of the party, is the state chairman, is the national chairman. So he's not the leader of the party, but he was our candidate in the 2020 election. And we expect that he will communicate with the party and share ideas and give the party reasons. If they are, cogent, the party will look into it. But you start meeting with the opposition party and you want to coerce or use kinetic force to make sure that the party buy into your measure, this thing, what you did in 2015. No, the party will not buy into it. The national secretary, most distinguished Senator Anyanwu, in one of his press briefings, said the party is not interested in merger or coalition, but the party is interested in anyone that wants to join the party, and also collaboration with other parties and well-meaning groups to make sure that they bring about improvement and have a united party to unseat the ruling party. That was what he said. And that is the position of members of the party. And I think that was what the governors reiterated in their meeting on Monday. That is just it. So the former vice president is very, very, wrong to have come against what Nigerians are looking towards, saying that PDP is one party that Nigerians are in love with. If
do you think the former vice
coalition, who are you going to present? So I think he's doing it for a selfish reason, not for PDP. So whatever he says doesn't affect the party at all. After all, he has left the party several times. If not for people like the former governor of Rivers State that has been the backbone of the party, today will Atiku have the opportunity, His Excellency Atiku had the opportunity to come and say he wants to contest under PDP platform. It's not the party dead and said that will never rise. So we should let the party breathe.
So do you think this, sorry to interject you, but do you think this might just be a prelude to Atiku leaving the party?
Yeah, see, and we know that all he's doing because he has sent his lieutenant to go to the field and start criticizing the party, making comments against the party, derogatory comments against the NWC leadership. Go, if demonstrate the courage to go out and say, no, I'm leaving the party. Not stay in the party and acting, just repeating what you did in 2015 to PDP. That is wrong. You are not the only founding father of the party. If you are following our constitution, we have a lot of them. How many of them have gotten presidential tickets twice? So the party said they are not going. You have to discuss with the party, because from the beginning we've never seen whatever the vice president is doing. If you look at him, it's always himself, not the party. He has not projected the party in any way. He just come and pick tickets, and that is all we see. We will just come back, pick tickets. No, we don't want such people. After taking tickets and after losing the election, what has he done for the party? How has he projected the party? How has he, shown leadership in the party? None of that. So whatever he's saying, we, the party members, do not care, because this is not the first time. He did in 2015, said all sort of things against the party. He ran back to the party. Because of him, they amended the constitution. They amended section 51, section 54 and 7, that when you join the party, within 1 month, you can contest your election. And that's amendment that they did because of Article 27 is haunting the party. We have a very erudite and excellent candidate in the person of the present National Deputy Publicity Secretary, who contested as a governor. But one of the candidates, or the candidate that took the day, just joined the party not quite long, and he got the ticket, which has become this incentive to faithful members of the party. People just see what happened in Lagos State. Chando came 2 months to primaries or so. He got the ticket. Today, where is Chando in PDP? He's nowhere. He has run back. He has accomplished his mission to distract the party, ensure that PDP doesn't win, and he has run back to where he belongs. So the former vice president has done more harm to PDP than anybody else. And if he doesn't want, if the party is looking towards remaining the way they are and welcoming a collaboration instead of merger and coalition, so be it.
Maybe the party should just probably promise him that he'll be given the ticket to run in 2027, and that would just put an end to all of this controversy.
Ticket? Is it his birthright? Is it his inheritance? Is the presidential candidacy of our party a traditional stool that they'll promise him that? No, he doesn't deserve it. We have given him ticket twice. In the history of PDP, no PDP presidential candidate has scored as low as the former vice president. Twice we gave him ticket. The first one he scored even when there was a heavy gang up against the incumbent president in 2014. Despite the heavy gang up against him, spearheaded by Atiku from the north. What happened? He scored, his vote was even higher than what the former vice president scored in 2019 and in 2023. 2019, he gave us 11 million votes. In 2023, 7 points. And that is because lack of, leadership. If there is leadership and Atiku provide that leadership and galvanize members, you will see that the party would have been in power by now. So nobody is not a traditional title for him. He cannot take it. He cannot come up and see it as a serial gift to him. Every 4 years, he will come and take tickets, and the next thing, will lose the election. He will leave us and travel to Dubai, stay wherever he wants to stay. Other people will foot the bills of the party. He will come back during election, will not come and take tickets. We say no. 2026, the candidate of the president of PDP must come from the south.
But are you not worried?
That was all we have in the issue we have today.
Are you not worried that if Atiku Abubakar leaves the party, he will be leaving with his support base, a lot of them who are members of your party, and that could further weaken your party?
No, our party is not weakened. And it will not further weaken our party because already Nigerians know the kind of person he is. It's unfortunate. I wish I was one of the minders of the former vice president. I would have advised him. You have opened your own mouth to say you will never leave PDP when he joined the party. Because in 2015, he said PDP would die. To your greatest surprise, PDP did not die. The former governor of Rivers State stood behind the party, provided the needed finance, and the party stood. You took the ticket twice. And now you say you want coalition just for your interest. And the party is looking towards another direction. You say that is your business. If you don't want to stay in the party, go. And I'm telling you that Atiku outside PDP cannot get up to 5 million votes. We saw it when he went to AC or so. How many million? About 2 million votes. His vote was more than his vote. His campaign manager was the former immediate past national chairman, most distinguished senator Yoshayu. It was the campaign manager of Atiku in 2007. How many votes did he get? It's only PDP platform that he can get that vote. Even if he whips sentiment, regional sentiment or religious sentiment, as he did during the last presidential election, he will not get the vote that will make him the president. It is only PDP platform. And right now, we say he should wait till 2031 if you still have interest. Let from 2027 to 2031, the South have their own fair share. The 4 years, it will not go to the North.
Yeah, when you say he should wait until 2031, I mean, at what age then?
You see, if he cannot wait, you see, our politicians, some of them, their greed is unimaginable. If you cannot, even some people are saying that, project other people. Just imagine if Atiku said, no, I will not contest, let it go to the South, I will support whichever candidate, or or project a candidate from the South, today PDP would have been in power. So PDP being out of power is Atiku's fault. In 2015, he let PDP members out. In 2023, what did he discourage PDP members from supporting the party? With his inordinate ambition of wanting to be the president. If it is not me, nobody else should be. We shouldn't accept that. We shouldn't encourage that in the party. We have credible candidates in the party that can stand and contest and make Nigerians proud if they come to power. So if he leaves the party, good and fine for him, but I will show him that he cannot garner the vote that he needs to be the president of Nigeria outside PDP platform. And PDP will not give him the ticket in 2027 because the ticket must go to the South for 4 years. Before 2031, it will go to the North.
All right, Mr. Dabukiabo Wamid, thank you very much for your time and thanks for coming on the program.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks a lot. All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
All right, welcome back. Now, we're being joined on the program by Dr. Ladan Salihu, a PDP chieftain and the spokesperson of the Leagues of Northern Democrats. He joins us from Abuja to continue the conversation on the PDP coalition talks. Dr. Salihu, thank you very much for your time. You heard the position of the PDP governors, of course, in direct contrast to that of the Atiku Abubakar-led coalition. What's your take on it? I mean, the PDP governors making it very clear that they are not going to join that coalition at all, that people are free to join the party, but in terms of coalition, they're not going to do that.
Well, first of all, let me appreciate you, Deji, for doing an excellent job, 360. Now, in the PDP, like in any other political party, but the PDP especially, being the largest political party in Africa and a party that has pedigree, a party that has, rules and regulations, and a party that has ethics and ethos. We have a history. We have a history of a party that is based on the norms and values of democracy. We have a constitution. There is nowhere in the constitution of our party that you have, the Governors Forum as an integral part of the structure of leadership of the party. The Governors Forum is just like any other forum in the party. They are free to express their views and to pontificate their own ideas and to canvass whatever they think is for the good of the party. But in this case, we have a misstep. The guiding philosophy of the PDP, as far as party administration is concerned, rests squarely on the National Executive Committee, which is the neck of the party. Now, I have been privileged, Deji, to cover the PDP from inception, from either G34 to G39 with, then late Solomon La and Chief Alex Ekweme. And I was at the very first convention in Jos that produced President Olusegun Obasanjo and Atiku Abubakar as the presidential and vice presidential candidates. And I have been up close and personal with the PDP, either as a reporter or as a delegate or as a member of the planning committee of conventions. At least I can remember in the last 3 to 5 conventions. Nowhere in the history of our party did we have the Forum of Governors seemingly coming with, with a structure that ab initio looks like overpowering the neck or even ultimately replacing it. I want to believe, with the best of intentions, the Governors Forum came up with a document that ought to have been submitted as a proposal to the National Executive Council, and then it will be for the National Executive Council to discuss, to agree, to accept, to correct or amend, or to discard it completely. To come out with a document that literally rewrites, the constitution of the party, I think is improper. I think the Governors Forum, is made of respected and respectable leaders of our party. I was a chief of staff to one of them, His Excellency Governor Bala Mohammed, but I want to believe that we are all stakeholders in the party.
But let me ask you this, Doctor. Sorry to interject, but let me ask you this. If the governors cannot speak for the party, should Atiku also be speaking for the party? I'm talking about the former vice president, because he's been leading this coalition talk. We've not heard anything anyway from the National Executive Council of the party. So, but then you have the former vice president leading the coalition talk and, seemingly taking the party along that path without, without a word from the National Executive Council.
Well, let's look at it this way, Deji. From, a few months leading to the presidential elections, to the time the presidential elections were held, and to this moment that we're having this conversation with you, if you are to ask a rhetorical question, who is the de facto leader of the party, assuming Atiku Abubakar had won the presidential election? And the answer will be Atiku Abubakar. Now, in practical terms, in empirical political terms, I want to believe Atiku is still the leader of our party. He has that preeminent position, not because it was quoted on the stock exchange of politics, but as a person who flew our flag during the presidential election. I think he has a leverage to make contacts. These contacts are just basically contacts. They are not necessarily done roughshod to willy-nilly overpower the party. It's just an option on the table. But Atiku did not go to say, okay, we are producing, a blueprint for the convention. We are constituting a committee, his own coalition, or the movement he's trying to lead. He did not say we have set a date for the convention. These are the rules of engagement that are supposed to be, domiciled in the powers of the National Executive Committee. And what we are saying is that, look, there is nothing wrong with the Governors Forum coming up with an option, but it should be seen to be just an option, just like what Atiku is doing. And let's look at it this way, and let us look at it in a deeper sense of it. Now, you have a Governors Forum that comes out to say, okay, we are doing a national convention. Amongst our ranks, we have produced the chairman of the convention committee, the chairman of, other committees that are relevant to the convention, to even suggest that some, gentleman is to be the acting national secretary.
Yeah.
What I am saying is that go back to the constitution, look at the rules, look at the regulations, look at the traditions. These are things that are domiciled with and are the responsibilities of the National Executive Committee. So when these documents, the document that the Governors Forum produced should have been submitted to the National Executive Committee, and the National Executive Committee will look at it, look at the options of, Atiku Abubakar, put them together, bring out a thin synthesis, and then, we'll all be on board. To me, if you are coming up with something that is as fundamentally structural, that affects the lifespan of a party such as the PDP, you must bear in mind, Deji, that we have leaders beyond the Governors Forum. We have in the South, for instance, former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. We have, the likes of Rufus Adat George. We have the likes of Peter Odili. We have the likes of Bode George in Lagos. And in the North, you have the likes of, the former Vice President Namadi Sambo, Governor Makarfi, Sule Lamido, Governor Jonah Jang, and many others. And look, we have 12 governors that have come up with this document. We've never seen such a document, even in times of crisis in the past.
But we can't deny, I understand your point about the governors.
To come up and say that we are now doing the activity or the action of the National Executive Committee, Deji.
But can we deny the fact that these governors are very powerful in the scheme of things in the party? Because it's always been like that anyway.
Well, being powerful is one thing. Being impactful is another. Let me be sincere with you in this regard. I have a firm belief, and I say this with every sense of respect, humility, and sincerity. And I defer to our governors because they are also our leaders. But to assume that they alone can pull the party together and give it direction beyond the rest of the members of the National Executive Committee and reputable statesmen and elders of the party that are outside their ranks, this will simply not fly. It will end up, if we were to take this as the roadmap, I can assure you it will only lead to further disagreements and squabbles between and among party members. And what we want in the PDP is a party that is cohesive, coherent, and together, so that we will marshal out a plan going to contest the 2027 presidential election and win. And win for the benefit of Nigerians.
Sorry, Dr. Salihu. Do you think?
I want to believe, Deji, that the two sides are on the same platform but speaking differently. The two sides want to see PDP succeed. It is just the modus operandi of that success that we are talking about, and we'll get to the bridge. We'll cross it.
Okay, let me. I'm happy I'm happy you raised that point. Could the problem be that yes, it's true that the two sides actually want to see the PDP succeed, but the issue is that who should lead the PDP? Who, for instance, should get the PDP presidential ticket in 2027? Because you look among the governors, some of them have actually indicated interest to run. And you have a former vice president who has also shown all the interest that he plans to run as well. Could that be the problem here? And that the governors are choosing not to align with the former vice president because they just don't want him to get the ticket. They don't want him to be to be, to be the face of the party, to represent the party as their presidential candidate in 2027?
That will be, if this were to be true, then how do I characterize it? It will be like, have you ever seen turkeys calling for early Christmas? It will be dead on arrival. Look, in the congregation of the Governors Forum, and I'm not putting anybody down. These are issues that you and me and others, and the general audience watching this program know. We have had a governor within the Governors Forum that came out clearly, campaigned against, and worked for the failure of the party at the presidential level by refusing to endorse Atiku Abubakar. And lo and behold, that same governor is given responsibility in this upcoming convention. Look, we may decide to pander to political correctness. We may decide to, take spins and give it a definition. But what we all must do is to subject ourselves to the majesty of the democratic process, the rules and regulations as enshrined in the party constitution. You cannot be a player and a judge and, in your own trial. There has to be, like I said, the National Executive Committee has to take charge of the conventions, have to put the two sides together around the table and come up with an agreeable formula that will be all-inclusive, that will take care of the fears and worries of the Governors Forum, and take care and accommodate the aspirations and the inspiration of Atiku Abubakar. No one part can pull away and dictate to the party. And I want to assure you that I don't think Atiku Abubakar is interested in, joining issues with the Governors Forum. What we are interested in as party stalwarts or chieftains is to see that the PDP, becomes cohesive, stronger, and, a party that operates within the rules and regulations of non-democratic principles and practices worldwide. And if we must do that, then we must be seen to extend the hands of fellowship, the hands of understanding, the spirit of, live and let live. And let everybody be a participant. And let no one be seen to be calling the shots, because that will be anti-democratic and that will be unacceptable.
One last question, Dr. Salihu. Do you think that the former vice president can, go on this coalition thing alone without the governors?
No, the governors are very, very integral to the success of the party. We will not wish that away. They are very central, they are very strategic, and they are partners in the project PDP 2027 for the overall success of the party. But I repeat, the governors can only do that as, members of a forum, not as an organ of the party. They can only operate within the ambit and direction and control of the National Executive Committee. To assume that the governors alone can lead PDP to victory in 2027, it's hysterical nonsense. It won't work. We have to come together to, understand and appreciate each other, to understand and appreciate our own weaknesses sometimes as the sources of our own strengths, and then to respectfully agree with each other to forge a new frontier that will see PDP to victory in 2027. No one can do it alone, certainly not the Governors Forum.
And I think we just have to leave it there. Thank you very much, Dr. Ladan Salihu, for coming on the program and sharing your thoughts on this very knotty issue. Let's just hope your party is able to resolve all of this. And, you get prepared for 2027.
Kind words from you, Deji. I appreciate it. Hope to see you again.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor. All right, we'll take a short break now, and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free. Facts are sacred. But truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, investors across Nigeria are still reeling from significant losses following the collapse of CBEX, a supposed cryptocurrency investment platform. Despite promising investors a 100% return on investment each month, CBEX failed to process multiple withdrawals, raising serious concerns now about its legitimacy and fueling suspicions of a Ponzi scheme. CBEX was reported to have crashed on Monday, leaving many Nigerians unable to access their funds estimated to exceed 1.3 trillion naira. I repeat, 1.3 trillion naira. Now, the platform failed to honor withdrawal requests from their subscribers and abruptly closed their physical offices amid mounting complaints. The sudden crash of the platform, which reportedly wiped out users' account balances and rendered many investments worthless. Now, several videos online showed some Nigerians lamenting the loss of their funds to the scheme. A group of enraged individuals looted its offices in the Okeado area of Ibadan, Oyo State, southwest Nigeria. Now, checks on the digital footprint of the name CBEX are linked primarily to the Chinese government-owned firm, which may have misled many Nigerians who searched for background information before deciding to invest. Now, responding to the situation, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, in collaboration with the Securities and Exchange Commission, has vowed now to recover investors' funds from CBEX and prosecute Ponzi scheme operators. The SEC also reiterated that any platform not registered with the SEC is considered illegal. Well, joining me now from London is financial and crypto expert Feyi Fawemi. Feyi, thank you very much for coming on the show. Are you surprised that Nigerians would, rush into this kind of investment after, experiences we've had in this country? Let's not forget MMM. You remember that Ponzi scheme, and there have been so many of them, before this. Are you surprised that Nigerians will still choose to embrace platforms like this without doing a proper check?
Well, I think the answer is that I should be surprised, but I'm not surprised. These schemes or these scams, they tend to be innovative in the sense that they always seem to find people who are willing to do this, and there's a whole load of social proof that especially CBEX that they use. So essentially, one of the things they were doing was that encouraging people to bring more people. I think there were rewards if you brought 12 people, that sort of thing. And when that kind of thing happens, it allows people to lower their guard. So if, for example, you heard about CBEX from a friend or from a family member or something, you kind of lower your guard a bit compared to, say, you went on the internet and you were looking for investment opportunities and you just saw a random website saying CBEX. With that one, you might maybe be a bit more careful, but it relied on a lot of social proof, encouraging people to bring in their friends. And then if you brought in 12 people or something, or whatever they said it was, then they gave you huge rewards. And, and that's how it grew. So I will say that the vast majority of people who ended up in this thing probably heard of it from someone they trusted, and so that is obviously how this thing spread, and that was the quote unquote innovative approach that this particular scam used. And unfortunately, I mean, we can't say we've seen the last one. There will probably be more in the future, unless we really take a different approach to dealing with these things and nipping them in the bud when they start.
And that's really worrying. But then, what exactly could drive people to believing that, you know, an investment could give them 100% you know, return? Why is it that people don't have that suspicion when they see such kind of investments making such mouth-watering promises?
Yeah, right. So this is that's a good question, and the answer is an interesting one, in the sense that there's a multitude of people with a multitude of motivations for why they will end up in a scam like this. So I think we need to be honest with ourselves and say there's a group of people who know that this thing is a scam, right? They know it's a Ponzi scheme. Their whole approach to it is to get in early and pull their money out early, as early as possible. And, you know, their belief is that if they go in early and come out early, then the problem is another person's problem, you know. And this has happened a lot in the past. So if you go back to things like Nospecto, you know, this was many years ago, about 2 decades ago. People made money from it. So the first people who got in early, they made money, they pulled out their money, and by the time the thing crashed, they didn't lose anything. They had made so much money. So, you know, it's a typical Ponzi scheme in the sense that the latecomers are the ones who really bear the brunt of it. So some people are motivated to go into it because they feel like they are smart, they are early, and if they go in early, they will get out early and they will make money. So that's one set of people. And I'm sure some people in CBEX made some money in the sense that they withdrew their funds. So that's one category of people. There are other people who also, like I mentioned earlier, are victims of social proofing, in the sense that somebody they know or somebody they trust brought it to them, and it just, you know, it stops them from raising questions in terms of when somebody says, oh, somebody is going to give you 100% returns a month. Is a different thing when you hear that kind of proposition from someone you know very, that he allowed people to get into something in that sense, because it came to them from people they trust. And finally, we have obviously the group of people who just are not thinking about it very well, and they just want to make money. You know, so some people actually cannot process the fact that something offering 100% returns a month does not make any sense. For a lot of people, for some people might actually think that, oh yeah, well, you know, somebody said it's trading, they are using AI or whatever. Yeah, it's possible. They don't have the mental model or anything, or what you might call it, to process and say, be skeptical about something like that, you know, that says, if somebody offers you 100% a month, the first question you should ask is that, what exactly is that person doing, you know, that is generating that 100% a month? Some people don't know how to process that or to ask those kind of questions. So I think to answer your question, there's a multitude of people with a multitude of motivations who end up inside this thing.
Look, you're a crypto expert, so I have to ask you this. Look, the general impression a lot of people have here is that, look, anything that has to do with crypto, you know, yields a lot of money, that, you know, the return on investment is usually very huge. So you have quite a lot of young people out there, young boys, young guys who have made so much money. You could see that they've done well for themselves. And when you try to find out what exactly they do, they tell you it's crypto, that's where they make their money from. And so people are led to believe that, look, with crypto, there's so much money to be made within a very short time. And that, so when you hear someone telling you about 100% return on investment, because it's crypto, they just believe straight away. So help us to understand, is crypto that lucrative that you put in money and the next minute you're making like twice or three times what you've actually put in? Is that the way it works?
Well, so I'll call myself a crypto skeptic, in the sense that, so I think what a lot of people might not really realize about crypto is that the variance is very, very wide, right? So you can make a lot of money, right? I mean, some people make a lot of money, but you can also lose a lot of money. Nobody's going to come on social media to announce that, wow, I lost, you know, all my money on crypto. But people lose money a lot of money on crypto. Some people make money and they lose everything, right? So crypto has a lot of variance in the sense that it's not like the stock market where if you invest in the shares of, say, Apple or Amazon or Google or something, the share can drop, but it's not going to go to zero. I mean, Google shares are they're not going to drop to zero. In crypto, that is a distinct possibility that happens every time, in the sense that you can buy something and it can go to zero and you lose your entire savings, right? I mean, I bought shares, normal shares in the stock market where, they've lost half of their value and all that kind of thing. You just hold on to it for a long time or whatever, Seeing something go to zero is very, very rare in a regular stock market. So if you buy in the NASDAQ, the FTSE 100, the S&P, that kind of thing. But with crypto, the variance is so wide. So that variance is what allows some people to make money, but also lose a lot of money. So the challenge that what this has caused is that because of the way crypto has grown over the years, a lot of young, and Nigeria is a country with a very young population, and I always say this all the time, in the sense that we have a very, very young population, in the sense that maybe 70% of the population are under 30, for example. So it is not, for example, it's not far-fetched to say that the majority of people in Nigeria today did not really experience Abacha. It might sound crazy, but Abacha was what? Over 30 years ago now, if the vast majority of the population are under 30, then many of them have no recollection of him. And this is something that was in our recent history, right? So because of that, a lot of young people have grown up under crypto. So let's say we take crypto starting point as 2015 or 2017 or 2015, right? That is 10 years ago now. Somebody who was 15 at the time would have grown up to become an adult under crypto. And the point I'm trying to make here is that crypto has given a lot of young people a kind of very dangerous risk appetite, in the sense that they've grown up doing crypto and they now think that it is perfectly normal to make some money and to lose everything, right? It's perfectly okay or normal for you for the valuation of something you buy to go to zero. Whereas in the actual world of normal stock investing or investment, that is very unusual. It's not normal for you to invest in the normal stock market and the value of the thing you invest in just goes to zero. But because it happens every day in crypto, and a lot of people have grown up under that crypto, and it is their first time of ever doing any kind of investing. There are a lot of young people who have been doing crypto for 5, 6, 7 years, and they've never actually done what you might call, quote unquote, the normal stock market. So crypto is all they know about investing. And when you're investing in crypto that much, and that's your whole frame of reference, then your risk tolerance, unfortunately, widens to the point that is really, really dangerous, in the sense that you're just okay to tolerate something going to zero, and to you it's just part of life, that sort of thing. I wouldn't do that. I mean, I have a family. I cannot put my family savings or anything in something that can go to zero. My risk appetite is not that much, because when I first started investing, it wasn't crypto I started investing in. I was investing in normal stock market. Even if you lose money, but you don't lose everything just like that. And it's not a normal thing for me that an investment I put money in can go to zero and I'll just lose everything. So I think, the summary of this is that because we have a lot of young people in Nigeria is a very, very young population, we might not really realize that, the Nigerian stock market has been just there. It's been in a lot of it is in the doldrums, that kind of thing. So we are not really thinking of the fact that a lot of young people in this country, because of the nature of our population and the demographics of Nigeria, have grown up under crypto, and the risk and reward of that particular industry is their only frame of reference, and they've come to normalize that is how things work, in the sense that you put money, you put $100, okay, you can make $100, and then you can also lose the entire $100.
And of course, there's no doubt at all that young people tend to want quick money. But let me ask you this: look, you've seen the response of the EFCC and SEC. I mean, both agencies coming out to say that they're going to investigate, and SEC also saying that, look, it won't. But, I'm just wondering, didn't the EFCC know about CBEX before it went bust? What about SEC? Didn't it know about CBEX before it went bust? And if SEC, for instance, had always known that, look, that CBEX operated illegally, why didn't it make the move to stop it? Why didn't the EFCC, for instance, make the move to, stop it before it went bust? And now we're seeing this reaction, and that I'm just wondering, you look at the reaction of these agencies, SEC, EFCC, you think they did quite enough, especially when it comes to protection of those who, yes, it's true there were warnings out there, but don't you think they should have done more than they did to prevent this from happening?
Yes, I agree. Yes, definitely. I agree with you. You're right on that, in the sense that our regulators don't take a proactive approach to things. So, regulation for a lot of our Nigerian regulators is that, something has happened. We enter, we release statement, we issue statement, we start chasing people, arresting people. But there is a world in which a regulator can also be proactive. The thing with CBEX is that it happened openly. Like I mentioned earlier, because of the social proofing nature of it, where they were saying, bring people, you get rewards for bringing in people. It was happening on social media. People were talking about it. It was all there. I first heard about this whole CBEX about 4 weeks before it crashed. So it was, and I don't even live in Nigeria, but you could tell that something was going on. Now, in fairness, we cannot say the regulator can stop everything while it is happening. But, if the SEC had issued just one statement before it crashed and said, we are warning the public about CBEX, we're hearing about this, then I will give them some credit. But right now, there's no evidence that they said anything about it. And it was happening. In fact, there was a TV program that I saw where there was I saw a clip on social media where people actually, it was an event, the people who brought CBEX to Nigeria or whatever, and TV stations went there and interviewed them. It was all done very openly. So now that it has crashed, everyone is trying to cover their behind and act like, we are warning you. And they'll probably arrest one or two people or cracking down. But, I think we need to encourage our regulators to take a more proactive approach to this thing. It is not difficult, right? SEC can have tools to monitor social media. Just constantly monitor and say, okay, what is happening? Are people talking? What are people talking about in relation to financial instruments or investment, that sort of thing? And you can pick up these things early. CBEX started last year, right? And if anybody had Googled CBEX, you will see that the Hong Kong SEC, in around April last year, they put out a statement warning people in Hong Kong about a company called CBEX and warning them that they are not regulated and for people not to invest in that thing. This was April 2004. And now, so it was out there. It was all out there on the internet. So if anybody had, and SEC could have done this and said, could have done the same thing and warned people in advance. Now, CBEX came to Nigeria, obviously because they thought that, Nigeria is a soft touch, that you can get away with stuff there for a while. And they ran the thing for 6-7 months and they made the money and they run away. So, our regulators need to be a bit more proactive. It is not difficult. Technology there's nothing complicated, or even there's tools out there that can help you monitor social media. If people start to talk about something, they are tweeting about all this kind of thing, then you just need to be able to monitor and say, okay, investigate. What is this thing that people are talking about? What is this CBEX thing? And once you do your investigation, it shouldn't take long. You can then begin to put out statement and warn the public that be careful. This thing is not regulated. We are warning you, and if we catch anybody behind this thing, we are going to arrest them or we are going to prosecute you. That sort of thing. Even if the thing still crashes and people still lose money, but it gives the regulator a lot of credibility for the next one. Because people now say, SEC warned us about CBEX that time, and it crashed, and their warnings were proven correct. Next time they give a warning, people might take them a bit more serious, and that's how you build up a lot of credibility. Not when the thing has crashed, people have lost money and all that kind of thing. Then you now start issuing statements every day and telling us that CBEX is not regulated. Of course, it was not regulated. That's why they've taken money and run away. It's a scam. Everybody knows that scams are not regulated in Nigeria.
All right.
So there's nothing. What are you? If you are telling us now that the thing was not regulated and whatever, it is meaningless.
Do you think it's possible to recover this money? The EFCC making that pledge. You think it's possible to recover the money?
No, I don't think so. I think first of all, I think one thing we must try and understand is that how much money was lost exactly. This is not it's not an easy question to answer because if we use just a random example, if you put in $100 in CBEX, right? Let's just assume that you put in $100. The thing was giving you 100% returns a month. So after 1 month, you have $200. That's what the thing will be telling you that you have. Then after that, the next month, 2 months, you have $400. 3 months, you have $800. Right? 4 months, you have $1,600. 5 months, you have $3,200. And then 6 months, you have $6,400, right? So I mean, you can see how $100 can grow as long as they're not withdrawing it. It is illusory. It's not real money. It is just the platform, playing a psychological trick on you. And then, so I think the question here is to say, first of all, how much do people actually put in this thing? And we have to separate that from what the platform was showing as the value that people had at the end. Because, I mean, what people put in is quite different. If somebody is giving you 100% a month returns, then that numbers can grow very, very quickly. So, I think that's a real investigation. And because this thing was crypto, I mean, crypto is, if money goes into crypto, I don't know. Maybe the Americans, maybe the Americans, if the Americans want to recover crypto from somewhere, they can do it, but I don't think that SEC or anybody in Nigeria has the tools or the capabilities to actually seize a wallet or seize where crypto funds are stored, and then again, how do you even identify who had money? It's a whole mess. How do you identify who actually put money inside of it? How do you do that? How do you give them, what is the platform has collapsed, I mean, how do people put money? I have no idea. How do people put money inside? Crypto is not even, I mean, the whole thing is outside legality. So I think, there's no way for people to recover this, and we don't even know how much was actually lost compared to what was the valuation that people were expecting.
Feifami, thank you very much for coming on the show, and thanks a lot for your insights.
My pleasure.
Thank you, appreciate it. Well, that's just about it for the program this week. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون الليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جاء وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له القاضي ده زمن محدد، انت حاول تذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخد قرار في الحاجة دي.
On the news, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu asked security chiefs to restore order in the country due to resurgence of terrorist attacks. Court gives EFCC go-ahead to arrest and detain 6 CBS staff. And Rivers State women rally in Port Harcourt demands for Barra's reinstatement. It's glad to have you join us on the news on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Tamilore Akinkulie. The Federal High Court in Abuja has authorized the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to arrest and detain 6 promoters of crypto bridge exchange CBEX over an alleged investment fraud exceeding $1 billion. Justice Emeka Unwete granted the order following an expert motion filed by EFCC counsel Fadila Yusuf. The judge ruled that the detention is necessary pending the conclusion of investigations and possible prosecution. According to the EFCC, the suspects, through their company ST Technologies International Limited and its affiliates, operated a fraudulent investment scheme. The commission said it received intelligence about the scheme in April 2025 and has since assigned the case to a cybercrime session. The EFCC also told the court that the suspects were on the run and a warrant was needed to ensure their arrest and facilitate prior investigation and prosecution. Into security matters, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was ordered an immediate overhaul of Nigeria's national security strategies, directing urgent action to quell the rising wave of violence in Borno, Benue, Plateau, and Kwara states. The directive followed a 2-hour security meeting at the State House in Abuja with service chiefs and other key security stakeholders. National Security Advisor Noor Rubadu disclosed that even during his recent visit to Paris and London, President Bola Tinubu remained engaged and given real-time instructions. The president is said to have called for deeper involvement of local councils and state governments, urging a more coordinated and community-inclusive approach to end insecurity across the nation.
We gave him what is going on, and we also assured him that work is ongoing and continuous. We also carried out his instructions. We went around. The chiefs were all out where we had these sparks and incidents of insecurity. Plateau State, Benue State, even Borno, these particular 3 states. And we gave him a feedback because he directed us to go meet with the political authorities there. Issue of insecurity often is not just federal government. It involves the subunits. They are the ones who are directly with the people, especially if some of the challenges are more or less bordering on community problems. Not entirely everything is that, but of course it plays a significant role. You need to work with the communities, you need to work with the local governments, you need to work with the governors, especially the governors. The president continued to direct that we should be doing that, and that's what we are able to. And we are very happy, very satisfied with the instructions and the directives given by Mr. President this evening. He is so worried and concerned. He insisted that enough is enough, and we are working and to ensure that we restore peace and security. And all of us are there. The armed forces are there, the civil police, the intelligence communities. They are there. They are working there 24 hours. And we feel that we have done enough to believe that we are on the right course and we'll be able to be on top of things. We are getting the cooperation of the, like I said, the leadership at the state level and everybody. So we are good. It's not really 100% that everything is safe and secure, but we are going there. Things have improved since, and we'll continue to be there. We will work. It is his own instructions.
Also worried by the worsening spate of insecurity across Nigeria, the 36 state governors under the Nigeria Forum (NGF) as a special partner with top security agencies in crafting immediate and sustainable solutions. The move comes amid rising cases of banditry, kidnappings, and destruction of properties nationwide. According to the governors, the goal is to foster synergy among federal and state-level security stakeholders in order to strengthen response mechanisms and quell the escalating violence. Speaking after the NGF meeting held at the Forum's Maritime Secretariat in Abuja, Chairman of the All Progressives Congress Governors Forum and Imo State Governor Opus Oduma said the newly formed subcommittee would work closely with security chiefs. The committee is also expected to collaborate with the heads of Department of State Services, DSS, National Intelligence Agency, and National Security Advisor Neurobado. The governors also called for increased recruitment into Nigeria's security agencies and greater investment in modern tools to combat crime. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Army has launched a recruitment sensitization campaign in Enugu State aimed at boosting enlistment numbers in Southeast, which has continued to record low applications in the ongoing 2025 recruitment exercise. At a town hall meeting, leaders of the Army's Enlightenment Team, Brigadier General Chima Eze, expressed concerns over the region's consistent underperformance. According to him, out of 200 available slots for Enugu, fewer than 100 applications were received. He highlighted that these issues span across southeastern states, contrasting with Kaduna State, which already received over 3,000 applications. General Eze appealed to grassroots leaders, traditional rulers, and local government officials to encourage more youth participation, dispelling fears that political and bureaucratic bottlenecks like unsigned forms or lack of local endorsement would hinder the process.
We know that unemployment is pervasive, and there are a lot of young men that really want to join the army. But for some of these sentiments being bandied around, some of them lack encouragement from the local government councils. Some people used to say that they apply, but the council chairman will not sign for them, or DPO will not sign for, or one thing or the other. The point is that we have come to get the buy-in of the grassroots politicians, our royal fathers, to help us to raise these numbers so that Enugu State can fill up their slots.
And the National Youth Council of Nigeria has expressed deep concerns about the growing wave of insecurity across the country, calling for unified and strategic effort to tackle the menace. Speaking at the Conference of Civil Society for Peace, Security and National Development, the Council's President Solomon Adodo urged Nigerians not to fall prey to the divisive tactics of politicians who exploit chaos for personal growth. He also commended the Nigerian Armed Forces for their commendable progress in dismantling terrorist network, neutralizing bandits, and demolishing operational bases of groups such as Boko Haram.
You will observe that cases of insecurity have been on the rise across our communities. Fear and uncertainty have taken root. Families have lost their loved ones. Businesses have suffered, and our collective peace is under siege and threat. What makes the situation even more threatening and distressing is the growing suspicion that some unscrupulous politicians are fueling this crisis for their own selfish purposes, especially as we approach the 2027 elections. And we must sound a warning to these politicians who are trying to fuel insecurity for political gains, that without a nation Nigeria, there will be no 2027 general election. So we urge them to refrain from their negative antics. Let us state categorically and unequivocally clear that insecurity must never be weaponized for political ambition. Yet, credible intelligence and troubling reports suggest that some politicians are actively sponsoring these acts of violence, aiding criminal elements and arming bandits, and manipulating the public sentiment to undermine the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. To these actors, chaos is merely a strategy to discredit the administration and advance their own political interests ahead of the 2027 general elections.
And to Rivers State, a coalition of women held a peaceful protest in Port Harcourt on Thursday demanding the reinstatement of suspended Governor Siminalayi Fubara and a return to peace in Rivers State. The women, numbering in hundreds, marched with placards bearing messages like "Bring back Fubara" and "Save our democracy," urging President Bola Tinubu to intervene in what they describe as a politically motivated crisis. They insisted that Fubara had committed no offense warranting his suspension and called for all suspended elected officials in the state to be reinstated. Chanting songs of solidarity and declaring themselves as concerned mothers and wives, the demonstrators advanced from major roads to Rivers State Government House. They called on the Nigerian government to uphold the rule of law and restore democratic institutions in the state. And the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria has assured the Nigerian government of its full preparedness for the 2025 Hajj operations. This assurance was given during a courtesy visit to Vice President Kashim Shettima at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. The Executive Chairman of the Commission, Abdullahi Usman, led the delegation, briefing the Vice President on their readiness for a smooth and spiritually rewarding pilgrimage. Shettima, in turn, charged the board to ensure a Eid-free and spiritually fulfilling Hajj experience for Nigerians.
We have gotten enough bed space and paid for adequate feeding for our pilgrims. And we have picked 9th of May to be our first flight to Medina, to Saudi Arabia through Medina. So by the grace of God, we intend to finish the airlifting into the Saudi Arabia Kingdom by 24th of May. And we intend to start our return by 13th of June. And we are hope to finish by 2nd of July.
Actually, we came here just to brief the Vice President about our preparedness for the Hajj operation for this year, 2025. We give him all he needs about our preparation. So actually, he's very happy with what he has heard from us.
We don't have any pilgrims, intending pilgrims that have shown interest and has applied for a passport and is having any issue. All our centers across the nation, booklets are ready, waiting for pilgrims to come and apply, and it's issued to them.
We are together now, completely one solidified house. The preparation is up to the task. We are going to achieve things very, very importantly this year, hoping to be the best of all Hajj operations.
And in Abuja, the Minister of the State, Nyesom Wike, has expressed satisfaction with the ongoing infrastructure work at the 1.7-kilometer road stretch linking the International Conference Center ICC to Ishiaye in the state. The project, which has seen active work, is nearing completion despite weather-related delays. The governor praised the contractors for their commitment and the visible progress made, assuring residents that the earthwork should be completed by the end of the month if weather condition remains favorable. However, the minister raised concerns over the furnishing of the ICC conference hall, revealing that the task had been handed to a different contractor than the one overseeing the main constructor, Julius Berger. It described the arrangement as unacceptable, stressing that inconsistent standards and accountability issues could arise from such fragmentation.
Well, you see that when the International Conference Center, the work is going as expected. The only problem which we identified this afternoon has to do with the furniture that will be in the conference hall. And I'm surprised to hear that there's a different contractor for that, which is unacceptable to us. that the job was given to Julius Berger entirely. I cannot have different qualities. If you cannot say the up is furnished by Julius Berger and down is furnished by another company, it's not acceptable to me. I've invited Julius Berger, I've invited the Deputy Secretary of LCDA and the GMP who did that. And if anybody is found culpable, of course, I must have to apply the big stick.
As Lagos State Health Scheme Ilera Eko marks its 40-year anniversary, the wife of the Lagos State Governor Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu has called on resident stakeholders to advocate for increased enrollment. Ibijoke made this appeal during a keynote address at the 2025 Ilera Eko Day celebration held on Wednesday in Ikeja. She noted that although the scheme has enrolled over 1 million people, the agency aims to register more than 20 million residents across the state. This next report by our correspondent Joy Uchejim has more details.
The Ilera Eko Social Health Scheme, established in 2020 by the Lagos State Government, offers comprehensive healthcare coverage, relieving the financial burdens of out-of-pocket expenses. Describing the scheme as a symbol of Lagos, wife of the state's governor, Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, calls on residents, stakeholders and corporate bodies to support the initiative to ensure that no one is left behind in accessing affordable and quality health care.
Everybody has a right to health, and it should be accessible and affordable. Kudos to the Lagos State Health Management Agency and the implementing agency of Lagos State Health Scheme. A lot has been said, like I said. A few years ago, the scheme had just about 100,000 enrollees. Today, it has grown phenomenally to cover over 1 million residents across the 57 local government and local council development areas under Ilera Eko platform. Now, it's good that we are clapping, but then remember, Lagos State has 20 million and still counting, and only 1 million has been captured. So you can see we still have some work to do.
Also speaking at the event, the Permanent Secretary of the Lagos State Health Management Agency, Emmanuela Zamba, encouraged residents to join the scheme to access affordable and quality healthcare services.
To join the Ilera Eko family for a very affordable amount, which is 15,000 for an individual per year, 55,000 for a family of 4 per year, and 80,000 for a family of 6 per year. You stand to get all the benefits under the standard JARA plan, which include all the things you would go for outpatient services. It includes admission for up to 15 days. It includes free antenatal care once you sign up for the family plan. Your wife can deliver through vaginal delivery or even have a cesarean section free of charge.
We have worked tirelessly at LASHMA to fulfill this promise. We have pursued this mission with boldness, innovation, and with an unshakable belief that no one should be left behind because they cannot pay for healthcare.
The head of service, Olabode Agoro, announced that Governor Sanwo-Olu has increased the government subsidy on the annual premium to an impressive 75%, making healthcare significantly more accessible.
This singular effort has made access to healthcare very affordable and accessible for public servants who only contribute the balance of 25% as their annual premium.
Beneficiaries of the initiative shared testimonials reflecting on the positive impact the scheme has had on their lives and healthcare experiences.
It's almost like 5,000 enrollees that we have done under this scheme, and they have gone to the hospital time and time again. We all know that sickle cell is an expensive condition. It is expensive to treat, but we get this treatment free of charge thanks to Ilera Eko.
The event concluded with the launch of the Ilera Eko Enrollee Handbook. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu was officially decorated as the Ilera Eko icon and Ekosha Grand Day. She reiterated that Governor Sanwo-Olu's commitment to subsidizing the scheme ensures that every Lagosian, regardless of status, has access to quality health care. Joy Uchejin, TV360, Lagos.
It's now time for a short break, but still to come on news now. China pushes for tariff cancellation to end U.S. trade war. Details of the story will be brought to you right after this break. Welcome back. Now let's give you a quick recap of some of our top stories. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has ordered an immediate overhaul of Nigeria's national security strategies, directing urgent action to quell the rising wave of violence in Borno, Benue, Plateau, and Kwara states. The directive followed a 2-hour security meeting at the State House in Abuja with service chiefs and other key security stakeholders. We also told you that the Federal High Court in Abuja has authorized the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) to arrest and detain 6 promoters of crypto bridge exchange CBEX over an alleged investment fraud exceeding $1 billion. The judge ruled that the detention is necessary pending the conclusion of investigations and possible prosecution. Now, in case you missed any of the news bulletin or for more updates, you can catch us on Lime's World TV and AVO TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. On Facebook, we are TV360 Online. It's now time for business news, and Okbayemi Owosheni is on standby for update. What's the latest, Okbayemi?
Well, Tamilore, the Director General of the Debt Management Office, Patience Onia, says Nigeria is in talks with JP Morgan to be admitted back into the Government Board Index for Emerging Market. Onia spoke during the Nigerian Investors Forum held on the sidelines of the International Monetary Fund and World Bank Spring meetings in Washington, D.C., the United States. In 2015, JP Morgan delisted Nigeria from its Government Board Index for Emerging Markets due to allegations of a lack of liquidity for transactions and transparency determination of the exchange rate. The financial services firm added Nigeria to its index in 2012 and subsequently placed the West African nation on a negative index watch and finally delisted Nigeria on September 8, 2015. The organization also in 2022 removed Nigeria from the list of emerging market sovereign recommendations that investors should be overweight in. We'll go on a break now and be back with updates from the stock markets. Welcome back. Nigeria's stock market rallied further by 0.75% on Thursday, all thanks to stocks like Nestle, Cadbury, and Ikeja Hotel, among others. Now, in the aggregate, we see 125 NGX-listed equities participating in trading, ending on a positive note with 44 gainers against 15 losers. Now, Nestle Nigeria led the gainers with a 10% price appreciation, closing at 1,100 naira per share. It was followed closely by Lafarge Wapco in 11,012 deals. Now, Now, at the end of today's trading on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, in 11,226 deals, investors exchanged 744.802 shares valued at over 18 billion naira. Meanwhile, on the foreign scene, major indices maintained a northward position as they all closed in the borders to UK FTSE, the US Dow Jones, and Japan's Nikkei. Now, turning our gaze to the foreign exchange markets, the naira continues to weaken against major global currencies as the US dollar now trades at 1,620 naira on the black market, the pound at 2,016 naira as well on the black market, and the euro at 1,730 naira on the black market. And that's a wrap on today's market performance and business news. Back to you, Tamilore, for the rest of the news.
Thank you for that update, Opayemi. While on the global scene, a 15-year-old student is fatally stabbed a fellow pupil and injured 3 others in a shocking attack at a private high school in Nantes, Western France. The teenager, who was reportedly dressed in black and concealed his identity with a helmet, carried out the assault before being subdued by teachers and later arrested by police. Authorities have ruled out terrorism as a motive, although reports indicate the suspect sent a troubling message to a classmate prior to the attack. The school is temporarily locked down and students have been released under police protection as investigation continues. And China has called for all unilateral U.S. tariff to be cancelled on Thursday as signs emerged that Trump's administration may de-escalate its trade war with Beijing. China also clarified that it has not held trade talks with Washington despite repeated comments from the U.S. government suggesting there had been engagement. U.S. President Donald Trump had said that the U.S. will have a deal with China on Wednesday with direct contract between both countries. Trump, who calls his tariff reciprocal, says the duties aims to correct unfair trade imbalances with the U.S. And on sport, the Athletics Federation of Nigeria, AFN, has confirmed that the country's contingent will compete in the men's 400 meters, women's 400 meters, and mixed relay race and newly introduced 4x100 meters mixed relay, marking up 4 of the 6 events at this year's 2025 World Athletics Relays. The World Athletics Relays are scheduled to take place in Guangzhou, China, from May the 10th to May 11th. The World Athletics Relay marks the 7th edition of the global meet and the first time it will be staged in China, following previous editions in Bahamas, Japan, and Poland. And orders the Tigers of Nigeria have been drawn in Group D of the 2025 Women AfroBasket Championship with Mozambique and Rwanda. Rana Wamaka's side will be looking to extend their reigns by winning the title for a record 7th time at Côte d'Ivoire 2025. The Tigers had a memorable outing at the 2024 Olympic Games in Paris, where they made it to the quarterfinals. They would be expected to build on their impressive outing at the AfroBasket Championship. And that wraps up our bulletin on news now. Many thanks for watching. I'm Tamilore Akinkwulie. I'll see you again next time.
Hello, Alhaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello, Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I will just call you. Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we are in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you are raising children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country. Corruption, not in my country.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure silly lies.
And wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the Go-To app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's see.
Welcome to another episode on Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkwoliye. Now, every year, companies and institutions around the world grapple with the growing menace of forged certificates and falsified credentials. But one Nigerian startup is changing the game with an innovative solution, the Akowe app. Now, today we'll dive into the story of a revolutionary app that is tackling the global challenge of document falsification. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Akowe.
Akowe is an online platform designed to reduce the incidence of credential fraud in the job market. We've built out technology that allows employers to be able to instantly verify the authenticity of academic records, as well as technology that allows educators to be able to issue digital certificates easily. My name is Ayodiji Agbola and I'm the founder of Akowe.
Initially, Akowe was founded with a simple mission: to approve and manage certificates for individuals. However, as demand for reliable verification grew, the app evolved into a cutting-edge platform used to confirm the authenticity of credentials and certificates.
The story starts from when we were trying to solve our own problem. We did have a contract in 2018 with Facebook where we were training lots of small business owners on how to use Facebook products for business. And after the training, we need to give certificates. We trained a total of about 70,000 people across 4 years. And you can imagine trying to give certificates to this large number of people. So I decided to build a simple solution that could easily issue these certificates out to these recipients. So we're looking for an English name for this application because I realized that we weren't the only ones who had the problem. There were other Facebook partners who had the same problem. And there were other educators out there who were running trainings and who wanted to issue certificates, and there was a need for a simple tool like what we had built. I was looking for an English name that would work. I just couldn't find any, especially as we wanted to buy a domain name that was appropriate. And we tried so many different English names, and after a lot of frustration not finding an appropriate name, I started to think, okay, maybe we should go indigenous with this. And the name Akowe popped into my head, and simply because of what it describes what the application does. At the time, the application would simply write your name on the certificate and then issue it out to you. So it was an application that writes, right? So that was why I named it Akowe. But it's turned out to be a great name because it's now even doing many other things around academic space, around graduates and the likes. And you know, typically a literate person is what you call an Akowe or a clerk, you know, in the Yoruba language. So that's the story behind that. So shortly after we launched the initial product, which was issuing of certificates, quite a number of our customers started asking, okay, thank you for this, but can you help us verify certificates? And that was obviously not why we built the application in the first place. Then we started looking into that problem, and then we realized that that was even a bigger problem because quite a number of either postgraduate schools or employers had a challenge trying to verify whether this person they're trying to hire, you know, actually has the grade that they say that they do. You know, because there's no system in place that is quick and fast that can help people, you know, actually get that information. Because what happens is, if you need to verify credentials, you either send somebody to the school or you call the school, and that takes a bit of time before you get that answer.
Akowe has quickly gained recognition as a one-in-a-million solution to the global issue of document fraud by allowing companies and universities to verify and upload documents securely. The app has become a trusted tool for maintaining integrity in recruitment, academics, and more.
They just, you know, give themselves a little notch upwards to the next grade. So if you had a second class lower, you would say you have a second class upper. You know, most people don't go and say they have a first class. They just, you know, go to the next upper grade so that there is a higher chance that an employer could say, okay, you have a good grade, we can hire you. So that's what you find that is very rampant. Many times as well, because there are no systems to easily check, somebody who didn't graduate would have a CV that says they graduated from so-so school. You know, it's so hard to check. So even if you're book smart or whatever it is, you might get hired even if you didn't graduate from school, and then your performance might then start to show that, okay, you said you had this grade, how come your performance is this way? And that's how people have been discovered over the years, to see, okay, your performance doesn't meet what you say you have in your CV. So you have many of those types of different methods that people do often. So with what we have done, which we have aggregated a lot of academic records onto our platform, it means that you can check and you can get information instantly. So for providing that instant information to you, you pay. So to access the system, we allow you some free trials where you can sign up, create an account, go into the platform and check a few names for free. And after that free trial, then you have to pay to continue to access the information. So basically you will pay to search, and then you pay to download a generated report. That generated report is what you can keep in your files as HR department.
While these features have brought much needed efficiency to credential verification, some skeptics have raised concerns about the safety of sensitive data on the server. But Ayodeji, the visionary founder of Akọ̀wé, assures users that the app servers are maintained and protected steadily to prevent hacking and data breaches.
Your academic records are the permanent records. Once your academic record has been issued by your school, it's a permanent record. It's not supposed to change, right? People change it because of, nefarious reasons. So what we're building out a solution where people can list their academic records on our platform. And because it's supposed to be a permanent record, we use blockchain technology to secure that permanence. It's tamper-proof and all of that. But however, who is to say that what you are listing on the platform is actually authentic? That's why we have multiple ways for actually verifying what you are listing. Once we verify that what you are listing is the same thing that the university has issued, and there are multiple other ways that we can actually verify that information, we then make it tamper-proof on the blockchain. So in essence, what it means is that a person can have their academic dossier on the Akọ̀wé app and their entire education history going backwards or even going forwards, right? So with that, anybody should be able to check this person, which school did they go to for primary school, which school did they go for secondary school, what did they come out for the university with, and things like that. That entire academic history is important information. Right now it's scattered everywhere. And that's why Akọ̀wé is a very collaborative company. We're speaking with people who already work with secondary schools using software to say, hey, there's a lot of education history that you guys have access to. There are people willing to pay to see the education history. Let's collaborate and let's put it out together. So that helps to solve some of those problems.
The app's import doesn't end there. Recognizing a broader need, Akọ̀wé has expanded its services to include undergraduates, enabling their credentials to be confirmed when they apply for loans. This feature is helping young people access opportunities while also ensuring transparency and accountability.
Right now, we're developing 2 new other products that we found that market is asking for, right? Again, people have come to us. We need to verify undergraduates. And something as simple as that, nobody in Nigeria today can do that. If you are an undergraduate, you are in 100 level, no. You are in 100 level, a 200 level student, maybe a bank wants to give you 50% off to be able to buy this laptop. They cannot verify that you are a 200 level undergraduate from this school. It's just, there's no way to do that because there's no system in place that anybody can trust that says that you are actually an undergraduate from this school. Because are you going to bring your ID card? Anybody can make an ID card, right? So we're building a collaborative solution with the universities as well to say, let's be able to verify without a doubt that this person is an undergraduate, is doing microbiology, and is from this school. Next year, we can say, yes, he's still doing microbiology, but he's now in 200 level, right? And that cannot be done in isolation. It has to be a collaborative effort, private partnerships, universities themselves, and then customers from outside can pay to access that.
When asked about government collaboration, Akọ̀wé's leadership remains tight-lipped. However, the app has secured partnership with prominent organizations in Nigeria, a testament to its credibility and trustworthiness.
You really can't execute business without the government. You must register your business as a legal entity. So the government must be aware that you're doing something and what you're doing is legal, right? So, but the challenge has been that Nigeria is very peculiar in the sense that, great ideas often find their ways to the top and often just find a way to be replicated even when you get what I mean. So, and that's happened to us quite a number of times. So we figure that the goal or the objective, or if you're going to win in this market, that's probably not the way to go. We're also aware that the government is also trying to build out similar solutions. And, again, if everybody is trying to solve the same problem, I believe that collaborative efforts get us there faster. Akọ̀wé is very difficult because it's not just B2B, it's B to universities. And if you understand universities, and not just Nigerian universities, universities across the world are not known to drive innovation. They're very slow to move. they're very, very academic, and therefore they're not very easily swayed to move into new technologies, especially African universities. So it's really, really difficult. And what we've been able to do is to show to them that there's a whole lot of revenue, there's a whole lot of innovation that if we work together, we can unlock a lot of revenue for they themselves, universities, and a lot of ease for their stakeholders, graduates, lecturers, and I mean, for instance, it takes forever to get a transcript, even as of today. Like, why? Why should it take forever? The technology is there, the data is available, we just need to be able to work together. So the biggest challenge has always been that being able to work with universities in a way that technology would be the solution end to end.
One of the company's greatest milestones came on the global stage. Akaway's effort to bridge the gap in document verification earned them recognition at a prestigious event in the States, where they were celebrated for their innovative approach to a global problem.
I would say when we were invited to pitch at TechCrunch Startup Battlefield in the USA, it was 2023. You know, we had applied for the program in around April, and I promptly forgot about it, you know. And then in August, I got an email to say, hooray, you're welcome. We're inviting you to the US to come and pitch your startup on a global stage. And that was a great milestone because for Akaway to have been chosen out of about 3,000 global applications, and they chose only 200, that was a great morale booster that, okay, we're solving something really global here. And TechCrunch, and if you know TechCrunch is a global brand, right? You know, so that was validation for us. And that also helped us to realize that it was not a Nigerian problem, because standing on the stage in San Francisco, talking to a global audience about the problem you're solving from Nigeria, you had to find a way to make them relate to it. And there was a great aha moment where people realized that I'm from India, I have the same problem. I'm from Pakistan, I have the same problem. You know, so that was a great moment for us to actually see that, okay, we are onto something here.
On the African front, Akaway has established a partnership with a company in Kenya, marking the beginning of its expansion across the continent. This collaboration underscores the app's mission to make the world a better place, one credential at a time.
Absolutely. So we have a partnership right now where that partner already sells credential verification in Kenya. And once that partnership has been finalized, it means that Akaway will be able to provide credential verification for Kenyans. So if you are a Nigerian trying to hire a Kenyan, you'll be able to come on our platform and verify that Kenyan based off of that partnership that we have. And it's a two-way thing. So that partner also will be able to access all of the records that we have in West Africa to be able to sell. So collaborations like that help us scale very quickly. And this is not just a problem we're trying to solve for Nigeria alone. So think about West Africa, East Africa. The problem exists across sub-Saharan Africa, basically, and many parts of the world as well that are not on the African continent. So we want to make sure we focus on the first iteration. If it's good enough and people like it and people seem to find value in it, I think it then begins easily scale. Okay. Earlier we talked about the Benin Republic and the issues that are happening there. We are in conversations with companies in Benin Republic where we're trying to say, this is our solution. We want to bring it into the country and actually help solve that problem. You know, so already we see that the problems exist, and with digital technologies, you know, you can scale and solve those problems at scale. But you have to get it right. And once you get it right, it's easily replicable, you know, across countries.
Looking to the future, Akaway has bigger plans. The team is exploring opportunities to extend their services to secondary schools, focusing on reducing the alarming rate of fake results in WAEC and JAMB. This move will revolutionize the education system and provide a foundation for a more transparent academic process. Welcome back. Now, global financial services often present daunting challenges for businesses in emerging markets. From arbitrary compliance thresholds to perceived risks, and sudden service disruptions. Now, businesses frequently face obstacles that hinder their ability to scale and grow. Today, we turn our focus to a company revolutionizing cross-border payments and financial accessibility. Let's dive into the story of Waza and its groundbreaking platform, Link.
Waza is the B2B payments platform for emerging market businesses. We're helping businesses to make global payments, or to, I would say, to source FX liquidity to pay their suppliers and vendors globally. We've recently launched a product called Link, which is infusing this great FX liquidity product that we offer customers in a banking experience, right? And so our customers now have better control over their money, and they can make payments globally from a dashboard. They can access FX liquidity, get great rate, access different payment methods. I'm Maxwell Obi. I'm the CEO of Waza.
Registered in the United States as a money service business, Waza specializes in foreign exchange and money transmission. Since launching its start in January 2023, the company has partnered with financial powerhouses like Visa and Currency Cloud to deliver payment services and account issuance. In just 1 year, Waza has served hundreds of businesses, processing an impressive $700 million in annualized payment volume while facilitating payments across 6 continents.
Waza is the B2B payments platform for emerging market businesses. We're helping businesses to make global payments, or to, I would say, to source FX liquidity to pay their suppliers and vendors globally. We've recently launched a product called Link, which is infusing this great FX liquidity product that we offer customers in a banking experience, right? And so our customers now have better control over their money, and they can make payments globally from a dashboard. They can access FX liquidity, get great rate, access different payment methods.
But Waza is not stopping there. To address the unique challenges faced by businesses in emerging markets, Waza recently introduced a new product called Link. Designed as a viable alternative to existing financial solutions, Link offers multi-currency. These accounts enable payments to more than 100 countries and are equipped with robust features that extend beyond traditional wallets.
There's a big void that Link is feeling in the market, because traditional banks haven't been able to cater to the needs of these businesses over time. They have an outsized perception of risks for businesses that operate in higher risk jurisdictions like emerging markets in Africa, Southeast Asia, etc. And so we decided to plug that gap by launching Link, which is, it's not a different brand, but it's a different product under the same brand, right? And so it's still solving B2B payments from the perspective of FX and now banks. Small businesses, startups, other financial institutions, corporates, even large organizations can use Link. I would say if you have a need to operate in the global market, or you have a need for international banking, and you operate in an emerging market, automatically you will be perceived as high risk, and we are the alternative, we are the go-to for you. So that's our target, right? And that's from a customer segmentation standpoint. If you take a wider scan from a market perspective, we want to look at markets that have a lot of cross-border activity and a lot of buzzing startup ecosystem, right, or startup activity. Even as we target corporates and large multinationals, right, or even if large corporates and enterprises are part of the customer segment, they are not our sole target. We know that startups are also super affected, So we want them to also bank on Link. We want them to come get their multi-currency accounts, do exchange, and just use us as a de facto banking platform to make payments to their vendors and suppliers globally.
What set Link apart is its comprehensive payment support. This ensures businesses with operations across the globe which can efficiently manage their payments and focus exchange liquidity on a single platform.
Most people that have tried to provide multi-currency platforms approach it from a mature market mindset. We're taking a very localized approach, paying attention to emerging market businesses that cannot access international banking services. Like, I mean, if you take a quick look at what happened last year, banks like Mercury, fintech banks or other financial institutions like Mercury, SVB, Silicon Valley Bank began to shut down businesses that have either directors or UBOs in emerging markets that deem high risks, right? So it's not, we on the other hand have provided this service with a keen eye for streamlined compliance processes, speed, and cost, right? If you can bank with these guys, you can bank with us. And not only have we streamlined that compliance process for you, we can now give you can deliver your payments very fast within the same day. FX, yes, is a great value prop there, but it is not the entire thing. Transaction fees, we don't charge a monthly transaction fee, it's really cheap. Eventually, as we launch more features and evolve the product, there will be more customer segments unlocked, right? We're thinking about building APIs that will cater to other financial institutions that want to build on top of our infrastructure. And when we think about B2B payments, which is our core focus, it's usually happening in the context of trade. And trade can be seen as an ecosystem. There's a supply side, there's a demand side. So there are other things we will launch that will also cater to suppliers in different jurisdictions and unlock new customer segments. But today, businesses, importers, exporters, corporates, startups would be our ideal customer target.
Importantly, WASA clarifies that it is not a bank. Instead, the company partners with banks that adhere to strict rules and regulations in each country of operation. This strategic approach ensures compliance while maintaining flexibility and innovation.
First, WASA or Link is not a bank, we're a technology company. And so all of these services are provided in partnership with licensed financial institutions. So we've been able to build on top, I would say, really strict compliance protocols and whatever other value services that they can offer. Today, we're making great progress we want to launch interest on deposits, financing. These are all value-added services that makes us stand out, right? So it's not just, yes, we're going to give you faster payments, cheaper payments, a streamlined compliance approach so you can actually bank with us if you can get access to the US banking infrastructure. But also, eventually, we're going to launch other features to cater to all your needs for you to actually operate competitively in the global financial market.
Speaking about the operation in Nigeria, Maxwell Obi, the WASA CEO and co-founder, emphasized the adaptive approach to navigating local policies, highlighting WASA's commitment to supporting businesses in emerging markets.
First and foremost, we pay really keen attention to security, trust, compliance. We don't joke with these things. It's top priority for us. I think I would also reemphasize that we are not a bank. We are a technology company that is building on top the services and licensing of banking partners that have strict adherence to AML, CTF, and other regulatory requirements, right? But beyond that, if you take a look at the banking side of things, these guys are already complying with all of these regulations, right? They're complying with the central bank regulations, the BSA Act in the US, and other regulatory bodies. So from a banking standpoint, there is that compliance aspect and trust and security. From a technology standpoint, we've also tried to pay attention to global standards in terms of building the product. So we've implemented bank-grade encryption, security protocols, and we also pay strict attention to KYC and KYB regulations, we also licensed, right? We're registered as an MSB with the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network of the US. We're also licensed by the Central Bank as an IMTO. So while that regulation or directive is in place, yeah, we pay attention to it and we try to operate together with our banking partners within the frameworks of the regulators.
Despite being incorporated and operational in the US, UK, and EU, WASA has identified a significant challenge for businesses with ties to emerging market. These barriers often lead to service discontinuation, uncompleted transactions, and disrupted trade flows, resulting in substantial financial losses and hampering business growth. Link was developed to address these critical issues. The platform's extensive payment capabilities and competitive FX rate ensures businesses can manage their finances efficiently while also scaling globally. And that's how we have on today's episode on Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkolie. See you again next time.
Hello and welcome to another episode of 360 Health. I am Okechukwu Ukekwe. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has approved the recruitment of 34 resident doctors for a 7-year residency training to enhance healthcare delivery in FCT. The Senior Special Assistant to the Minister on Public Communication and Social Media, Lere Olayinka, made this known in a statement in Abuja. He explained that the 34 doctors would be the first batch of 60 medical doctors approved for residency training in 8 specialists in FCT administration hospitals. And the Sokoto State Commissioner for Health, Farouk Wurno, has expressed deep concern over the use of harmful traditional practices by local barbers in treating metal poisoning cases. The Health Commissioner commended the practice of making inclusion on patients' stomachs as a form of treatment and called for its immediate cessation.
Speaking during the presentation of the government supply drugs for metal poisoning treatment at General Hospital, he emphasized the need for affected individuals to seek medical attention at hospitals instead of resorting to unsafe traditional method. He, represented by the Executive Director of the State Hospital Service Management Board, Bello Atahuru, assured that the government will distribute the essential drug to all general hospitals handling metal poisoning cases. And the Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, has raised concerns over the increasing number of cerebrospinal meningitis cases across the country, saying its peak season is between November and May. The latest figure indicates a surge in infection with 807 suspected cases and 47 deaths reported across 22 states and the Federal Capital Territory as of 26 March 2025. The NCDC Director General Jide Idris said this in an interview with newsmen in Abuja. He said the agency has activated emergency response measures to curb the outbreak, particularly in Kebbi, Katsina and Sokoto, the most affected areas. According to him, in Kebbi State, health authorities have confirmed 248 suspected cases and 26 deaths since late January. He described the situation as alarming. We'll go on a short break and the program will return shortly. Stay with us. Welcome back to the program. Today we are shining the spotlight on the major developments in Nigeria's health sector. While the Nigerian President Bola Tinubu Ahmed has approved the creation of over 8,800 new primary health care centers across Nigeria, making a significant stride in the federal government health sector renewal investment initiative. The announcement was made by Vice President Kashim Shettima during the commissioning of the Suleiman Adebola Adegunwa Trauma Center in Shagamu, Ogun State. Vice President Shettima reaffirmed the government's commitment to addressing the country's health care challenges through strategic investment and public-private partnership. However, he noted that the responsibility of developing the sector cannot rest solely on the government. He described the newly inaugurated trauma center as a critical addition to Nigeria's emergency medical infrastructure, symbolizing the federal government's unwavering dedication to preserving lives. So what does this mean to the ordinary Nigerian? How realistic is the plan? And what are the challenges ahead? Well, to help us unpack all of this, we are joined by medical practitioner Dr. T.U. Mebawondu. Thank you for joining us on the program. So let's start with the big picture. How significant is the move to establish 8,800 new PHCs across Nigeria in terms of improving healthcare access?
Well, let's first of all understand the challenges of primary healthcare centers in Nigeria. What you should realize is that presently we have about 30,000 primary healthcare centers in 774 local governments of Nigeria. Okay? Out of all these 30,000 primary healthcare centers, just about 20% of them are functioning. We're talking about less than about 6,000 or 7,000 of those primary healthcare centers are functioning. So we are left with a large number, 80% of them are not functioning. So now the question is that, what are the factors that are not making them functioning? Because we expect the primary healthcare center to deliver basic health. Of course, there's the basic health fund provision in the budget. We expect them to deliver the basic health to the people nearest to them in a way that the people will not be going to the secondary center or tertiary center for ordinary malaria or even to check their blood pressure. So that is the purpose. Now, for you to do that, you must be able to equip those primary healthcare centers, make it affordable to the people, put human resources there, put equipment there, and let the place be responsive to the people. But what we're seeing is actually shortage of human resources, shortage of material, And most of those primary healthcare centers, 80% of the primary healthcare centers in Nigeria are not being patronized. The utilization is so low. And for us, we have to figure out how to increase utilization capacity. Now, if you are setting up additional 8,800 primary healthcare centers in Nigeria, what it means is that what is going to be so special about them that is not in those ones that's already in existence? Are we going to resolve the issue of human resources and materials and equipment in those primary healthcare centers separate from the one we have now? And we must understand the fact that once you move away from the city centers, those primary care centers rarely function. The challenge of conflict, the challenge of insurgencies are there, the challenge of security challenge is also making people not to be able to attend those primary healthcare centers. I think the first thing is to ensure that the primary healthcare centers, even in existence, are properly equipped, properly structured, make available for people to patronize before you then decide that you need to set up more.
So from your perspective, what are the most urgent healthcare gaps those new centers aim to bridge?
Like I said, you see, it's not about infrastructure. It's actually about what is available in those primary healthcare centers and how people patronize those primary healthcare centers. If you build additional primary healthcare centers, where are the health workers you are going to put in those primary healthcare centers? Where is the money to manage those primary healthcare centers? Just note that the funding of the primary healthcare center is not improving. In a way, it's reducing. By the time you now add those ones, the funding will reduce further. So the big question is that what are the means of funding those primary healthcare centers? It's not just about establishing them. You can build, I don't know why you need to build another one, when more than 20,000 of the 30,000 you have on ground are not working. So why don't you make those ones work first? I can tell you that even within Lagos here, once you leave central Lagos and you go into the peripheral area, the primary healthcare centers are not working. They're not working. So let's resolve the challenges facing those primary healthcare centers first before we consider establishing another one. I may agree that maybe in some local government, you may not have sufficient coverage in terms of those primary healthcare centers. Yeah, if you want to add one or two, maybe. But why? What is rationale for that 8,800 new ones you are establishing? So where are the doctors or even where the health workers to mind all those things? Where are the equipment to put on all those places? You know, how do we increase the confidence of the people in those new primary healthcare centers? So what is happening to what we're having now that we cannot utilize them fully first? Let us even achieve like 70% utilization of those primary health centers that we have on ground. Then we cannot start thinking of adding another one. But what we're having now is that the primary health centers operating in Nigeria, they are not responding to the maternal mortality. Of course, we about the second largest in the world. They are not responding to infant mortality. They are not responding to our immunization concerns. They are not preventing sudden catastrophic health occurrences like complication of hypertension or diabetes. So they are not responding to all these things. So why do we need to set up create an 8,800?
So do you think the Nigerian government has the capacity to build and sustain the number of centers they said they will do?
It's not about building. Hospital is not just building. Hospitals is more of human resources, the people you put in that hospital to work. Now you can secure funds to build the hospital. I think what government should be doing, let's even be practical about all these things. What government should be doing more now is actually cutting private sectors, cutting people to adopt primary healthcare centers, especially in those remote areas where those one can help run, manage, and put infrastructure in those primary healthcare centers to make it functional. And I think government need to embrace the community initiative that will allow campaigns of the common diseases and how to identify danger signals in health issues. So I think government should be doing more of that, looking for those that can adopt the primary healthcare center, not building a new set of primary healthcare center. Because I don't know, even if you want to build this, not the time. But of course, you know that politicians always want to build. They want to build things so that we have this, we have that. Then we know what MDGs or build MDGs, how much of those things they build then, you know. But now, what are we saying?
So many rural communities struggle with poor infrastructure. How do you think this reform will address issues like staffing, electricity, and equipment in remote areas?
It won't address it. Rather, you are multiplying those challenges. You know, it's obvious it will address it because terrains. One of the key factors that could be a challenge to utilization of primary health care could be actually transportation. You know, it's not easy for them to move from one locality to another due to constraints. Now, look at the energy costs. That's another big problem that may hamper their ability to utilize that primary health center. Even within the primary health care center, you need to provide energy, you need to provide light. Of course, most of the solar panels I observe around the primary health care centers in Nigeria, they are dilapidated, they are broken down. You need to provide water. And then again, that has to be by borehole again. Most of those boreholes are not maintained, and that becomes an issue. You need to be able to encourage the human resources to stay within that locality. Now, how many people really want to go to the rural area and stay there? So, myriads of problems. I think the way to address this is not to start building additional primary health care center. It's to find out how we can use the one we have sufficiently.
Do you think the Nigerian government is currently producing enough trained workers to staff this number of new centers they are proposing to build?
Recently, you know that all the hospitals, all the teaching hospitals in Nigeria all the universities can only produce about 3,000 doctors maximum in a year. That's the maximum. I'm talking about doctors now. When you come to lab scientists, they're actually lower. Pharmacists are actually be about the same numbers. Now, recently, the federal government, through the Ministry of Health, gave more allocations to those universities to produce more doctors, to produce more health workers. But those ones will require time. There's a gestation. You can't wake up and bring out nurses today. They have to wait for about 4 years before they can become nurses. Doctors must wait for about 8 years before they can become doctors. So, you know, we have a gap to fill. How do we fill this gap? Are you going to bring in doctors? We don't want to talk about the quantity of those ones that are leaving the country. The health sector, addressing the challenges of health sector, it's not, I can put my feet down on this. It's not by multiplying primary health care center. It's by making those ones available functional. That is the first point. So, because in reality, basically in that primary health care center, you need at least a community health worker. You need somebody we need a pharmaceutical technician. You need those basic people. Where are they? Where are those ones that are going to spread around the country? How many are you producing? The rest, a lot of them are leaving the country. Even some of them that have job now, government does not want to employ them. Some of them that don't have job, government does not want to employ them. They have to be on the street looking for where to get a job. I think the government can really look holy. If they want to partner with private people, partner on how to adopt those non-functional primary health care centers, wherever they are.
Now, looking back, Nigeria has seen other health reforms in the past. From your experience, what are some lessons from past healthcare projects that the government should keep in mind while rolling out this one?
The greatest obstacle to health reforms or health policy is health politics. We can do reforms, but reforms must be followed through. But what happens is that when a new government comes, they come with their own reform and jettison what is ongoing. So we see a lot of gaps, a lot of incomplete in all those things that have been done. That is what we see. So reforms, good ones in the past, but why are we not sustaining it? Because the political person that the new political man think that can bring a new thing into those health reforms. And then when he does that, he has to start from the zero. And then the other aspect of it is that we are not having sufficient money to drive healthcare. Now, if you look at our budget, we're doing 5%. Even this year, we're doing 5% for health. And then we have a recommendation of 15% of our total budget for health. But we're just 5%. Now, the another challenge is that most of those NGOs or multilateral or bilateral institutions that tend to help us and bridge the gap, like USAID, like GFID, like World Bank, all of them are slowing down in their funding of critical support for healthcare. Now, what it means is that we're going to experience more gaps in terms of delivery of money to health. Not only that, they don't just bring money, they bring in some technical skills. For instance, some how to identify diseases and epidemics. They bring human resources on, surveillances, epidemiology. All those ones will have to be reduced now, and we have to rely on our own people to see what is possible. So I can tell you, it's a lot of gaps, but we have to start somewhere. But I don't think it's about building additional health facilities.
In the area of maternal and child care, how do you think this reform will impact maternal and child care, healthcare in underserved regions?
Excuse me. Well, we know the factors in our maternal and child health. One, quite a number of people don't even trust the hospital. A lot of those hospitals are not properly equipped. The number of delivery in hospital is still very low. Immunization is reduced. We're not incentivizing patronage of the hospital. Indeed, things like access to family planning is constrained. So we have all these things militating against reduction in maternal and child death. So if we want to address those things, all we need to do, for me, I will do an ambitious program that will know every pregnant woman in this nation and link them to a center where they can have support. I will ensure that is done. So a lot of influences is not allowing the mothers and those children to seek care at appropriate time. So normally, if the 30,000 if the 30,000 existing primary health care centers are working, let's say 60% of them are working, it will have been easier for us to link them, those women and children, to those centers. Working in the sense that if they have the right equipment, if they have the right human resources, if they have the right medications to use for those people, then of course those women will patronize them. In absence of that, when you have a primary healthcare center where you go there for 3-5 days, you won't see any expert to attend to you. You will resist going there, and you probably patronize the local people. Now, if we make those, let's say, out of that 30,000, if 20,000 are working, of course, we'll have solved a problem. But why are we now setting up more? What will make them better than those ones that we have set up? Why are we not conserving our money and reserving it for the new ones, for the old ones that we have on ground? So I don't understand. Except we have that means of accelerating training for medical doctors and nurses and health workers, which cannot be done. How do you accelerate? You know how many number of times the lecturers go on strike, even the medical people. These are constraining the training of those critical workers. So we didn't need to, it's not by, I repeat, it's not by establishing additional things. Let's make those one with us work. If it works, we will reduce maternal mortality, we will reduce infant mortality, we will reduce catastrophic health experiences like stroke or severe diabetes. Let those one on the ground work.
So if you were advising on the rollout, what would be your top 3 priorities for ensuring the center deliver real impact?
Well, you must make your center be people friendly. Your center must be able to create the necessary assurance for people that, yes, come, patronize us. They must create that assurance. Your center has to be properly equipped. Security must be in your center. Transportation must be easy, okay? Drugs, hospitals must be there. Your center must also be able to reach to the community and educate them in case of any seasonal diseases. So we have function within the community from the center. We have the issues that concern the center itself and human resources. So all those one have to be top-notch. And of course, we must maximize health information and medical records to help people understand issues concerning health in that area.
Corruption and mismanagement have hindered past reforms. How can transparency and accountability be built into the execution of this particular plan?
Well, it's part of it, okay? Because what we call governance, what we call clinical governance, is an essential part of healthcare. It should be an essential part of the healthcare in that settings. There's a governing board for this small local government within the community who can then supervise how the community works. We must be able to create that kind of assurance at that level where the community groups are part and parcel of the management board of those primary healthcare centers. I think it's important because that means that if they neglect those community centers that is in their domain, they're also neglecting their health. You have to do that. Then the other thing is that at the level of the primary healthcare, National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, at the state equivalent, we must be able to provide supervisory roles on this primary healthcare center and let them get data from them and ensure that they keep to the core duties and reduce needless deaths and sickness.
So would you say this health reform plan aligns with Nigerians' universal health coverage goals?
UCH goal is actually, we have a 2030 target, which we are also looking at. Yes, it is. It's part and parcel of trying to push for universal health coverage. It's not just about access. You are talking about quality also. You are talking about affordability. If you are talking about universal health care, it's not, yes, access is key, affordability is key, quality is key. There must be no discrimination in access to the healthcare by any of these, of any of the members of the society. So, of course, it aligns with that. But if it's going to solve the problem of access, has it solved the problem of affordability? Has it actually add quality to the care? So we still have a lot to achieve under universal health care coverage. And we have just 5 years to get this done. I don't know how it's going to happen.
Looking ahead, how do we measure the success of this reform? What indicators should Nigerians watch for in the coming years?
Well, okay, we have to reduce our infant mortality. That's an indicator. Maternal mortality, that's an indicator. The reduction in catastrophic health occurrences like hypertension and severe diabetes, those are indicators. And then the level of patronage, how people are now confident in assessing patronizing your health system is also another indicator. We will always know when these things are happening.
So lastly, how can communities and civil society organizations get involved to ensure accountability and long-term success of this PHCS?
Yeah, because, in reality, there's what we call the stakeholder in the community. It involves the traditional ruler, the market women, the young boys or association in that community. All of them should partner together to run the primary health care centers. Their component must be structured into that so that we can have the requisite result. If that is not done, and you just say it is government thing, a lot of people don't do well when handling government properties. So we need to have that community buy-in. We need to have that stakeholder buy-in people must have confidence that this health center is going to work and address their issues. So there must be a proper referral, emergency care in those centers that can address untoward health occurrences. So, stakeholder participation, building trust, and ensuring that the place is affordable and well-equipped will do a lot of things in reducing those factors.
Medical practitioner Dr. Tsiyu Mebawondo, we appreciate your time and insights. And that's all for today's episode. We'll see you again next time. I am Okechukwu Ukekwe. Bye for now.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
My name is Omotoyosi Olanrewaju Ogulende. I'm an artist. I studied art from the Yaba College of Technology, where I did my OND and my HND. And I graduated from the Department of Art. I majored in sculpture. My father used to love art though. He's late now. May his soul rest in peace. And my mom didn't give me any issues about me practicing art or not. So basically, I've got art inside me from while I was a child. I used to draw back then, and my mom used to sell some of my drawings for me in church. So I've had art in me basically. So I'm a born artist. Well, like I said, I started while I was a child. I started drawing from comics, you know. I pick up comics and I draw, and that's how I knew I think I've got some art, you know, art skills in me basically. So art has been inside of me basically. If you're asking for string art, basically I've been doing string art in a very short while now, say like 3-4 years now. Yeah, basically I've been doing string art. I ran into string art. In I think 2016, yes, at an art conference where I went with a brother of mine. I saw this dude he was just stringing on the wall, like on a long stretch, no particular design. He was just from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, like that continuously. And it formed this rays of different colors. And I was so, you know, it caught my attention. And I didn't even ask the guy what's his name. I didn't have any conversation with the guy. I just saw it. I took pictures that I lost some of them. I can't even find them any longer. So I just saw it and I was wondering, I came back to Nigeria and I was wondering, okay, that art that I saw, what's it called? What is it called? And I just went on Google and I was like, is it thread art? Is it nail art? Is it string art? And voila. And I saw different forms of string art, you know, from normal, you know, simple artworks created and into portraiture, and I'm like, wow, this is amazing. And that's how I found myself into it. Following, you know, different artists who are into string art via social media, and it has been a wonderful followership and understudying some string artists in the diaspora. made me focus on string art? Basically, I saw it as a different form of art. A form of art that you can liken to painting on canvas, you can liken to sculpture, you can liken to watercolor and the likes of it. So that's what I focused it because it wasn't that known, if I should say that, in this part of the world, in Nigeria. It wasn't that known in Nigeria, and it's still not known yet though. Well, achievement basically, Bella Africana had an award sometimes, I think 2017, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I was nominated, and I know there are more achievements to come basically, but personally, it has paid off for me. And like I say, is my found love. That's what I call string art. So I do string art even to the smallest piece. If it's possible for me to string, I will string it. Challenges basically is not a widely accepted, form of art in this part of the world, because trying to push it out there, trying to market it, trying to get people, known and all that. It has been challenging in such a way that questions like how durable is it? Does it last long, and what have you? I would say that has been the challenge, and also back to how you charge and all that. So basically, that has been the challenge. So far, so good, basically. For me, the materials are readily available because you have here the armor, threads, and nails. They are all readily available, and the woods that I use, the boards that I use, they're readily available. So they are not too much of materials that are challenging for me to find around. So materials are readily available. It's just what you interpret with the medium, which is the nails and thread. Yes, what you interpret with it perhaps might be, a bit challenging. But so far, so good. God has been wonderful. First and foremost, I would say displaying them at galleries, displaying them at art shows, art fairs, which I had a group exhibition last year, Different Strokes, with four artists, 2 females and 2 male. So I was able to display my works there, and I also leverage on social media, which is my Instagram handle, I also push it on social media, Facebook, which that's for many artists right now, that's our own gallery, So that's basically, how I push it out there. People get to know it. I've got so many commissions via Instagram, and I give them the glory. for me, my greatest achievement so far, because I haven't gotten to it yet, so far my greatest achievement has been impacting my knowledge, impacting my knowledge of the string art, steps, methods, and what have you of string art into children and even adults too. So basically that's been my achievement so far. Future plan basically for me is to be known worldwide as Nigerians' famous string artists, basically. For me, that's my future plan, and I'm hoping to have a series of exhibitions locally and internationally. Say nothing brings money, but how diligent, how good, persistent, and creative you are with that thing you do, it will bring the money. Basically, that's it for me. Because likewise, you too, if you're not good at what you do, you won't be here. If you're not creative at what you do, you won't be here. So for me too, yeah, people say there is no money in art. Now, would we say there's money in banking? Because I sit at the counter and I receive money, it's not my money. Do you understand? So for me, what you do with your hands, diligently, wisely, persistently, will definitely bring that money you want your way and the fame. Indirectly, I won't use the word train, say inspire. Do you understand? Yes. I've been able, I can't say how many people, because not everybody will come out and say, you inspired me, A lady sometimes back on Instagram, she's a cake maker. She just posted it and said my string art inspired her to produce this kind of cake, and I was, wow, oh, amazing. There's a lady too in Brazil that has been chatting me up, she's also a string artist and trying to ask me questions, how she can go about this, how she can go about that. So for me, it goes a long way. So you never can tell how many people you've been able to inspire or touch their lives. So that's why I coined it down to indirectly. I know I've inspired different kinds of people, either in the art sector or in whatever sector you can call it. But somehow, because other people too in other field have also inspired me, to also keep up my craft. So basically for me, I know I've inspired different people in different areas. nothing new, they say, under the heavens, you know. But for me, the material I use, which is the nail and thread, for me makes it unique because it's not a widely found medium of art in this part of the world. So basically for me, the materials I use and how, well, that's what I've been told, how neat, you know, and firm, you know, my threads are usually on the nails, basically, for me, makes it stand out. So far, so good. My work has been to the United States, which a private collector bought off me in Nigeria here and took it over there. So basically, for me, that's why I said it's work in progress. You get it. So for now, so far, so good. Yeah, we're working on going globally. For me, I would say it's an achievement being one of the recognized, you know, or the foremost, or the one who pushed string arts out there in Nigeria, which we're still working on, we're still keeping at it. For me, I would say it's not adding to my bank account though, but it's a plus though, yeah, whether I like it or not. You know, it's a plus. People who know me to be, okay, the string artist and all that, which I gave myself that name, the string one, you know, but it's not yet, so to say, a name that will be, you know, on the lips of everybody. But I know very soon, someday, one day, it will definitely be. I can't say I've arrived, really, because work never ends. Even the topmost recognized artists, the Yusuf Grillo and the likes of them, you know, Baba Oshinowa and Co, you know, they are still working. So for me, I haven't arrived yet. Really, sky is just the starting point for me. So I haven't gotten to that point where I will sit back and say I've arrived. Nah, I'm not God. Though I'm a mini God, but then I haven't gotten to that point or peak yet. Any hardworking, diligent, and focused person inspires me. And if I should pick from the world of string artists, there's this lady in UK, Debbie Smith. She inspires me with her works. She's a great string artist, a great artist basically. So she inspires me. And back home here, there are a lot of artists. I can't start mentioning names right now, but there are lots of artists back home here that inspires me. As long as, yeah, hardworking, diligent, focused, you know, and at the top of his or her game. Yeah, that's what inspires me basically. lie to you, yes, I do get injured. I even have a scar on my thumb right now, and oftentimes just I get injured and you just stomach it and you forge your head. Basically, when you get injured, that shouldn't be a stumbling block. For you to say I'm not doing this. But I kid you not, it's not an easy medium. It's not, basically.
On the news, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu asked security chiefs to restore order in the country due to resurgence of terrorist attacks. Court gives EFCC go-ahead to arrest and detain 6 CBS staff. And Rivers State women rally in Port Harcourt demands Fubara's reinstatement. It's glad to have you join us on the news on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Tamilore Akinkulie. The Federal High Court in Abuja has authorized the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) to arrest and detain 6 promoters of Crypto Bridge Exchange (CBEX) over an alleged investment fraud exceeding $1 billion. Justice Emeka Nwete granted the order following an expert motion filed by EFCC counsel Fadila Yusuf. The judge ruled that the detention is necessary pending the conclusion of investigations and possible prosecution. According to the EFCC, the suspects through their company ST Technologies International Limited and its affiliate CBEX allegedly operated a fraudulent investment scheme. The commission said it received intelligence about the scheme in April 2025 and has since assigned the case to a cybercrime section. The EFCC also told the court that the suspects were on the run and a warrant was needed to ensure their arrest and facilitate proper investigation and prosecution. Into security matters, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was ordered an immediate overhaul of Nigeria's national security strategies, directing urgent action to quell the rising wave of violence in Borno, Benue, Plateau, and Kwara states. The directive followed a 2-hour security meeting at the State House in Abuja with service chiefs and other key security stakeholders. National Security Advisor Nuhu Rubadu disclosed that even during his recent visit to Paris and London, President Bola Tinubu remained engaged and given real-time instructions. The president is said to have called for deeper involvement of local councils and state governments, urging a more coordinated and community-inclusive approach to end insecurity across the nation.
We gave him what is going on, and we also assured him that work is ongoing and continuous. We also carried out his instructions. We went around. The chiefs were all out where we had these sparks and incidents of insecurity. Plateau State, Benue State, even Borno, these particular 3 states. And we gave him a feedback because he directed us to go meet with the political authorities there. Issue of insecurity often is not just federal government. It involves the subunits. They are the ones who are directly with the people, especially if some of the challenges are more or less bordering on community problems. Not entirely everything is that, but of course it plays a significant role. You need to work with the communities, you need to work with the local governments, you need to work with the governors, especially the governors. The president continued to direct that we should be doing that, and that's what we are able to. And we are very happy, very satisfied with the instructions and the directives given by Mr. President this evening. He is so worried and concerned. He insisted that enough is enough, and we are working and to ensure that we restore peace and security. And all of us are there. The armed forces are there, the civil police, the intelligence communities. They are there. They are working there 24 hours. And we feel that we have done enough to believe that we are on the right course and we'll be able to be on top of things. We are getting the cooperation of like I said, the leadership at the state level and everybody. So we are good. It's not really 100% that everything is safe and secure, but we are going there. Things have improved since, and we'll continue to be there. We will work. It is his own instructions.
Also worried by the worsening spate of insecurity across Nigeria, the 36 state governors under the Nigeria Governors Forum (NGF) has established a special subcommittee to partner with top security agencies in crafting immediate and sustainable solutions. The move comes amid rising cases of banditry, kidnappings, and destruction of properties nationwide. According to the governors, the goal is to foster synergy among federal and state-level security stakeholders in order to strengthen response mechanisms and quell the escalating violence. Speaking after the NGF meeting held at the forum's Maritime Secretariat in Abuja, Chairman of the All Progressives Congress Governors Forum and Imo State Governor Opus Oduma said the newly formed subcommittee would work closely with security chiefs. The committee is also expected to collaborate with the heads of Department of State Services, DSS, National Intelligence Agency, and National Security Advisor Neurobado. The governors also called for increased recruitment into Nigeria's security agencies and greater investment in modern tools to combat crime. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Army has launched a recruitment sensitization campaign in Enugu State aimed at boosting enlistment numbers in Southeast, which has continued to record low applications in the ongoing 2025 recruitment exercise. At a town hall meeting, leaders of the Army's Enlightenment Team, Brigadier General Chima Eze, expressed concerns over the region's consistent underperformance. According to him, out of 200 available slots for Enugu, fewer than 100 applications were received. He highlighted that these issues span across southeastern states, contrasting with Kaduna State, which already received over 3,000 applications. General Eze appealed to grassroots leaders, traditional rulers, and local government officials to encourage more youth participation, dispelling fears that political and bureaucratic bottlenecks like unsigned forms or lack of local endorsement would hinder the process.
We know that unemployment is pervasive, and there are a lot of young men that really want to join the army. But for some of these sentiments being bandied around, some of them lack encouragement from the local government councils. Some people used to say that they apply, but the council chairman will not sign for them, or DPO will not sign for, or one thing or the other. The point is that we have come to get the buy-in of the grassroots politicians, our royal fathers, to help us to raise these numbers so that Enugu State can fill up their slots.
And the National Youth Council of Nigeria has expressed deep concerns about the growing wave of insecurity across the country, calling for a unified and strategic effort to tackle the menace. Speaking at the Conference of Civil Society for Peace, Security and National Development, the Council's President Solomon Adodo urged Nigerians not to fall prey to the divisive tactics of politicians who exploit chaos for personal growth. He also commended the Nigerian Armed Forces for their commendable progress in dismantling terrorist network, neutralizing bandit and demolishing operational bases of groups such as Boko Haram.
You will observe that cases of insecurity have been on the rise across our communities. Fear and uncertainty have taken root. Families have lost their loved ones. Businesses have suffered, and our collective peace is under siege and threat. What makes the situation even more threatening and distressing is the growing suspicion that some unscrupulous politicians are fueling this crisis for their own selfish purposes, especially as we approach the 2027 elections. And we must sound a warning to these politicians who are trying to fuel insecurity for political gains, that without a nation Nigeria, there will be no 2027 general election. So we urge them to refrain from their negative antics. Let us state categorically and unequivocally clear that insecurity must never be weaponized for political ambition. Yet, credible intelligence and troubling reports suggest that some politicians are actively sponsoring these acts of violence, are aiding criminal elements and arming bandits, and manipulating the public sentiments to undermine the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. To these actors, chaos is merely a strategy to discredit the administration and advance their own political interests ahead of the 2027 general elections.
And to Rivers State, a coalition of women held a peaceful protest in Port Harcourt on Thursday demanding the reinstatement of suspended Governor Siminalayi Fubara and a return to peace in Rivers State. The women, numbering in hundreds, marched with placards bearing messages like "Bring back Fubara" and "Save our democracy," urging President Bola Tinubu to intervene in what they describe as a politically motivated crisis. They insisted that Fubara had committed no offense warranting his suspension and called for all suspended elected officials in the state to be reinstated. Chanting songs of solidarity and declaring themselves as concerned mothers and wives, the demonstrators advanced from major roads to Rivers State Government House. They called on the Nigerian government to uphold the rule of law and restore democratic institutions in the state. And the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria has assured the Nigerian government of its full preparedness for the 2025 Hajj operations. This assurance was given during a courtesy visit to Vice President Kashim Shettima at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. The Executive Chairman of the Commission, Abdullahi Usman, led the delegation, briefing the Vice President on their readiness for a smooth and spiritually rewarding pilgrimage. Shettima, in turn, charged the board to ensure a Hajj-free and spiritually fulfilling Hajj experience for Nigerian pilgrims.
We have gotten enough bed space and paid for adequate feeding for our pilgrims. And we have picked up 9th of May to be our first flight to Medina, to Saudi Arabia through Medina. So by the grace of God, we intend to finish the airlifting into the Saudi Arabia Kingdom by 24th of May, and we intend to start our return by 13th of June, and we are hope to finish by 2nd of July.
Actually, we came here just to brief the Vice President about the preparedness for the Hajj operation for this year, 2025. We give him all he needs about our preparation. So actually, he's very happy with what he has heard from us.
We don't have any pilgrims, intending pilgrims that have shown interest and has applied for a passport and is having any issue. All our centers across the nation, booklets are ready, waiting for pilgrims to come and apply, and it's issued to them.
We are together now, completely one solidified house. The preparation is up to the task. We are going to achieve things very, very importantly this year, hoping to be the best of all Hajj operations.
And in Abuja, the Minister of the State, Nyesom Wike, has expressed satisfaction with the ongoing infrastructure work at the 1.7-kilometer road stretch linking the International Conference Center ICC to Ishiaye in the state. The project, which has seen active work, is nearing completion despite weather-related delays. The governor praised the contractors for their commitment and the visible progress made, assuring residents that the earthwork should be completed by the end of the month if weather condition remains favorable. However, the minister raised concerns over the furnishing of the ICC conference hall, revealing that the task had been handed to a different contractor than the one overseeing the main constructor, Julius Berger. He described the arrangement as unacceptable, stressing that inconsistent standards and accountability issues could arise from such fragmentation.
Well, you see that when the International Conference Center, the work is going as expected. The only problem which we identified this afternoon has to do with the furniture that will be in the conference hall. And so I'm surprised to hear that there's a different contractor for that, which is unacceptable to us. That the job was given to Julius Berger entirely. I cannot have different qualities. If you cannot say the up is furnished by Julius Berger and down is furnished by another company, it's not acceptable to me. I've invited Julius Berger, I've invited the Deputy Secretary of LCDA and the GMP who did that. And if anybody is found culpable, of course, I must have to apply the big stick.
As Lagos State Health Scheme Ilera Eko marks its 40th anniversary, the wife of the Lagos State Governor Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu has called on resident stakeholders to advocate for increased enrollment. Ibijoke made this appeal during her keynote address at the 2025 Ilera Eko Day celebration held on Wednesday in Ikeja. She noted that although the scheme has enrolled over 1 million people, the agency aims to register more than 20 million residents across the state. This next report by our correspondent Joy Uchejim has more details.
The Ilera Eko Social Health Scheme, established in 2020 by the Lagos State Government, offers comprehensive healthcare coverage, relieving the financial burdens of out-of-pocket expenses. Describing the scheme as a symbol of Lagos, wife of the state's governor, Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, calls on residents, stakeholders and corporate bodies to support the initiative to ensure that no one is left behind in accessing affordable and quality health care.
Everybody has a right to health, and it should be accessible and affordable. Kudos to the Lagos State Health Management Agency and the implementing agency of Lagos State Health Scheme. A lot has been said, like I said. The scheme had just about 100,000 enrollees. Today it has grown phenomenally to cover over 1 million residents across the 57 local governments and local council development areas under Ilera Eko platform. Now, it's good that we are clapping, but then remember, Lagos State has 20 million and still counting, and only 1 million has been captured. So you can see we still have a lot of work to do.
Also speaking at the event, The permanent secretary of the Lagos State Health Management Agency, Emmanuel Azamba, encouraged residents to join the scheme to access affordable and quality healthcare services.
To join the Ilera Eco family for a very affordable amount, which is 15,000 for an individual per year, 55,000 for a family of 4 per year, and 80,000 for a family of 6 per year. You stand to get all the benefits under the standard JARA plan, which include all the things you would go for outpatient services. It includes admission for up to 15 days. It includes free antenatal care once you sign up for the family plan. Your wife can deliver through vaginal delivery or even have a cesarean section free of charge.
We have worked tirelessly at Lashma to fulfill this promise. We have pursued this mission with boldness, innovation, and with an unshakable belief that no one should be left behind because they cannot pay for healthcare.
The head of service, Olabode Aguru, announced that Governor Sanwo-Olu has increased the government subsidy on the annual premium to an impressive 75%, making healthcare significantly more accessible.
This singular effort has made access to healthcare very affordable and accessible for public servants who only contribute the balance of 25% as their annual premium.
Beneficiaries of the initiative shared testimonials reflecting on the positive impact the scheme has had on their lives and healthcare experiences.
It's almost like 5,000 enrollees that we have done under this scheme, and they have gone to the hospital time and time again. We all know that sickle cell is an expensive condition. It is expensive to treat, but we get this treatment free of charge thanks to Ilera Eco.
The event concluded with the launch of the Ilera Eco Enrollee Handbook. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu was officially decorated as the Ilera Eco icon and Ekosha Grand Day. She reiterated that Governor Sanwo-Olu's commitment to subsidizing the scheme ensures that every Lagosian, regardless of status, has access to quality health care. Joy Ucheje, TV360, Lagos.
It's now time for a short break, but still to come on news now. China pushes for tariff cancellation to end U.S. trade war. Details of the story will be brought to you right after this break. Welcome back. Now let's give you a quick recap of some of our top stories. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has ordered an immediate overhaul of Nigeria's national security strategies, directing urgent action to quell the rising wave of violence in Borno, Benue, Plateau, and Kwara states. The directive followed a 2-hour security meeting at the State House in Abuja with service chiefs and other key security stakeholders. We also told you that the Federal High Court in Abuja has authorized the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) to arrest and detain 6 promoters of crypto bridge exchange CBEX over an alleged investment fraud exceeding $1 billion. The judge ruled that the detention is necessary pending the conclusion of investigations and possible prosecution. Now, in case you missed any of the news bulletin or for more updates, you can catch us on Lime's World TV and AVO TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. On Facebook, we are TV360 Online. It's now time for business news, and Okbayemi Owosheni is on standby for update. What's the latest, Okbayemi?
Well, Tamilore, the Director General of the Debt Management Office, Patience Onia, says Nigeria is in talks with JP Morgan to be admitted back into the Government Board Index for emerging market. Onia spoke during the Nigerian Investors Forum held on the sidelines of the International Monetary Fund and World Bank Spring meetings in Washington, D.C., the United States. In 2015, JP Morgan delisted Nigeria from its Government Board Index for emerging markets due to allegations of a lack of liquidity for transactions and transparency determination of the exchange rate. The financial services firm added Nigeria to its index in 2012 and subsequently placed the West African nation on a negative index watch and finally delisted Nigeria on September 8, 2015. The organization also in 2022 removed Nigeria from the list of emerging market sovereign recommendations that investors should be overweight in. We'll go on a break now and be back with update from the stock markets. Welcome back. Nigeria's stock market rallied further by 0.75% on Thursday, all thanks to stocks like Nestle, Cadbury, and Ikeja Hotel, among others. Now, in the aggregate, we see 125 NGX-listed equities participating in trading, ending on a positive note with 44 gainers against 15 losers. Now, Nestle Nigeria led the gainers with a 10% price appreciation, closing at 1,100 naira per share. It was followed closely by Lafarge Wapco in 11,012 deals. Now, at the end of today's trading on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, in 11,226 deals, investors exchanged 744.802 shares valued at over 18 billion naira. Meanwhile, on the foreign scene, major indices maintained a northward position as they all closed in the borders to UK FTSE, the US Dow Jones, and Japan's Nikkei. Now, turning our gaze to the foreign exchange markets, the naira continues to weaken against major global currencies as the US dollar now trades at 1,620 naira on the black market, the pound at 2,016 naira as well on the black market, and the euro at 1,730 naira on the black market. And that's a wrap on today's market performance and business news. Back to you, Tamilore, for the rest of the news.
Thank you for that update, Okbayemi. While on the global scene, a 15-year-old student is fatally stabbed a fellow pupil and injured 3 others in a shocking attack at a private high school in Nantes, Western France. The teenager, who was reportedly dressed in black and concealed his identity with a helmet, carried out the assault before being subdued by teachers and later arrested by police. Authorities have ruled out terrorism as a motive, although reports indicate the suspect sent a troubling message to a classmate prior to the attack. The school is temporarily locked down and students have been released under police protection as investigation continues. And China has called for all unilateral U.S. tariff to be cancelled on Thursday as signs emerged that Trump's administration may de-escalate its trade war with Beijing. China also clarified that it has not held trade talks with Washington despite repeated comments from the U.S. government suggesting there had been engagement. U.S. President Donald Trump had said that the U.S. will have a deal with China on Wednesday with direct contract between both countries. Trump, who calls its tariff reciprocal, says the duties aims to correct unfair trade imbalances with the U.S. And on sport, the Athletics Federation of Nigeria, AFN, is confirmed that the country's contingent will compete in the men's 400 meters, women's 400 meters, and mixed relay race and newly introduced 4x100 meters mixed relay, marking up 4 of the 6 events at this year's 2025 World Athletics Relays. The World Athletics Relays are scheduled to take place in Guangzhou, China, from May the 10th to May 11th. The World Athletics Relay marks the 7th edition of the global meet and the first time it will be staged in China, following previous editions in Bahamas, Japan, and Poland. And orders the Tigers of Nigeria have been drawn in Group D of the 2025 Women AfroBasket Championship with Mozambique and Rwanda. Rana Wamaka's side will be looking to extend their reigns by winning the title for a record 7th time at Côte d'Ivoire 2025. The Tigers had a memorable outing at the 2024 Olympic Games in Paris, where they made it to the quarterfinals. They would be expected to build on their impressive outing at the AfroBasket Championship. And that wraps up our bulletin on news now. Many thanks for watching. I'm Tamilore Akinkwulie. I'll see you again next time.